What up, everybody? We're kind of like starting on time. Yay! And presto. Make sure all the cameras are lined up nicely. There, that's a bit better. Alright, cool. So, how's everybody doing? We are going to be without Scruffles at least for a few weeks, if not longer. If it's longer than that, I may decide to add somebody different to the broadcast, or I might just keep it just the five of you, because I think a party of five is pretty capable, and you've got a good. But between having a cleric and two paladins, you've got more than enough healing to go around to probably deal with most things. So that's also a huge benefit to your party composition. And of course, you also have a druid and a barbarian, which is just health, 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 health. And I take no damage from anything because bear. And just remind me again, for my own sake, Ewok, the second totem you took was eagle, correct?
Yes. That
And
helps see. Where to go? I can see up to 1 mile with no difficulty, able to discern even the fine details as though looking at something no more than 100 feet away from you. Additionally, dim light does not impose disadvantage on
okay. So, Joey will be joining us shortly, but I figure we can just do some general banter and do a little bit of recap. So, you might also notice that there are 5 additional tokens on the screen to account for trips. Well, I guess they're not really slaves anymore. What do you want to call them? Your cultists, your followers?
To the public, I'll call them followers. They're really cultists.
Okay. And so now they are represented on the map, all 5 of them. Demise, Maw, Hunger, Rot, and what was the last one? Dread?
Yeah.
Alright. I can't see because the other token's covering it up. And I got enough to keep track of as far as names. But anyway, so you've got your followers with you. You also managed to pick up a carriage. That also reminds me, I was incorrect about the number of horses that it would take to pull it. You only needed 2, so you're going to get reimbursed some dough for that. So you probably don't remember what I charged you for the individual things, but I can look it up real quick.
Hello.
What up?
Hello.
Good evening. We were just getting started, so you didn't really miss anything.
Nice.
Either like 50 or 100 gold for the horses or something.
I will allow Trip to explain the new tokens you see on the map to you as I am setting things up. Also, what's up, Anderalia and Sluglard? How you guys doing?
Turn my camera on in just a hot second.
They're my followers, Joey.
Who are your followers?
The new tokens.
Oh, the new tokens. Oh, God.
Here we go.
Trip, I wanted to go out for ice cream tonight, but Sarah wasn't feeling it, so now I'm just staring at your drumstick, and I want to beat you to death for it.
I have ice cream upstairs in the freezer.
In the name of decency, I will allow you to remain off camera while you finish your delicious ice cream treat.
I won't beat you to death, not for real.
And,
If I were to go get ice cream right now, I'd be doing it just to spite Buckle, and I feel like that's not...
You
that
have
ain't
to
cool.
get
Don't you
through
do
me
enough to
first.
spite me?
yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to go out of my way to.
So Ammo, you are gonna be reimbursed 100 gold. We'll retcon that. No, obviously you wouldn't buy 2 extra horses for no reason.
Okay.
Also, I realize that the tokens don't really line up well to depict who would actually be driving the cart. But we'll say that for terms of ease, we'll just assume, assume, it's like a normal vehicle. So get in the driver's seat, basically, which would be the front left.
Wonderful.
Yep.
So Nylock
That works.
driving.
Yeah, you guys were having me drive because I got 7 animal handling.
+7.
Yeah, so basically for most of the time that you're going to be, essentially piloting this vehicle pulled by these horses, because you have a +7, that means that your passive score in that, and like this is kind of like some DMs will allow it, others won't. For something like this, it's a relatively easy task. You're sitting there, you've got technology on your side. They're well-trained horses. They're good at what they do. But they could also be spooked. In those cases, I would make you make an actual roll. But you're basically taking 10, so you're just constantly getting a 17 on your score, which is more than enough to adequately steer this carriage down pretty much anything you're going to be coming across. So also, you are not exactly where you are depicted on the map. You're not on this road just yet. You had actually left the road and gone off into the forest a ways, and I believe that's where we left off. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Pretty sure, yeah.
We ended with us beginning to depart.
Yeah, I thought we just had camp and then we were heading out.
Yeah, we were just getting ready to head out. We hadn't made any progress heading out, though.
And thank you very much, Skagath, for that host, and also Variel for getting that shout out. Definitely give Skagath a follow. Awesome guy, great streamer. Cannot recommend enough. Please do. Do yourself a favor. Alright, so who would like to volunteer to do a bit of recap from last week, which we actually had a pretty long session. We started an hour early and ended up later than we usually do, but there was a lot of things we had to get through to give Scruffles a kind of a logical closure point, and also I'll leave it open a bit to possibly explain for her absence in the future, if that's something that needs to happen. Scruffles basically is, I think she's on her way to Korea now. No?
Next weekend. This weekend's for family.
That's right.
To sum up last week, in simple terms, we were heroes and we successfully helped Evelyn reunite with her aunt, whom she departed with. Got some sweet loot. I got some insects that I gifted to Nyloth that he didn't appreciate quite as much as Leviathan had hoped.
I buried them.
You buried them, yeah. Let's see. I got some new swag. Got some information on this Xenos character, which is one of the slaves, I believe.
Xenos.
Xenos.
And he was a slave. He's
Brother
kind of an
Peter.
item with Scruffle's aunt. So they went off to free more of their compatriots.
Right, so they're off doing that. Told us to head to the ice camp Otorosh, I believe. Ooh, I got inspiration for using the term sleight of sad. I got Acme shark repellent. We saw a sad mouse again. Who said the druid and his friend, to the north is where we met them. Yeah. Kicked that temple's ass.
Yeah, Sad Mouse, whether you like him or not, I mean, he is a purveyor of what appears for the most part to turn out to be pretty solid information. I mean, he doesn't...
Lucky for him, the lords are always watching Leviathan, so he can't.
He's my friend.
I mean, You may not really be sure what he's up to. Certainly a very mysterious figure, but
He's too cryptic.
he hasn't attacked you in any way.
It doesn't
He
mean
also
anything.
hasn't misled you in any way. So,
He arguably misled us. Yeah. He chose to withhold information. He didn't he fucking misled us, that bitch.
He didn't have to give you information to begin with.
Yeah, well, it's like he's playing games with us, you know? Like we're just these toys.
playing games in D&D? Absurd. That assertion is preposterous, sir.
Not the good kind of games. This dude's playing fucked up games. I don't adventure
if
for
he's-
him, I adventure for me.
What if he's Tyr?
It might be, that was Leviathan's, like,
That's pretty cool, slice
second
bread.
time meeting him.
It wouldn't make a lot of sense. Wait, you haven't seen his eyes. Doesn't he have like a helmet on?
I don't
So,
care enough about him to have it memorized.
is there anything that any of you would like to add to any of that?
I got an artifact that they were like, "Hey, touch this," and I was like, "Oh, okay," and it made me claw a hole in my face and then put a mandible there, and now I have a mandible.
Well, you didn't actually claw a hole in your face. You kind of went down to, like, a creek bed and found
Yeah.
maybe, like, a piece of shale or something, you know, with kind of a jagged, sharp edge, and you just, like, just brutally hacked a hole into your face.
Yep, to put the mandible in, and now it's an artifact it's the mandible of Kaves.
Yeah, and Garrett and I are just kind of like sorry about that, you know?
I can talk to bugs now.
And
don't seem too
also,
broken up about it.
which side of your face is it on?
My left.
Yeah, so your left eyeball is also kind of like slightly bulbous now, and you know, appears insectoid, like a fly. So multifaceted.
Man, Leviathan's thinking to himself, be polite,
Which-
be polite, be polite.
You have to figure it in terms of how the brain processes visual information, as opposed to what would it be like to look through a lens like that with my eye, right? So the ultimate result is that you get a much greater peripheral vision.
I can read the stats off.
So, I think that covers just about everything.
And thank you very
It made
much,
me lose
DP,
coverage.
for that 13-month resub. Lucky number 13. Let's show him
Oh,
some love, chat.
Lucky number 13.
Much appreciated, good sir. And good to see you as always. I hope your day's going a bit better. I saw earlier you posted you were having a hot bag of shit type of day, so hopefully that's evened out for you a bit. Things are looking a little bit better for you. And what's up, Kath?
Thank-
And Josiah?
So yeah, Leviathan had one of his first combat encounters, and it's the longest time you guys rescued him from that city. Like, it's a pretty big deal for Leviathan. He's in his 50s, Dragonborn's pretty old.
He
And,
finally used his breath weapon.
Oh, yeah, he
Yeah.
finally used his breath weapon.
Yeah.
He used to have this big neck, and now it's
Yeah, he thought he was just really muscular, but it was just
Now he's
engorged.
got like a turkey neck.
Yeah.
It'll slowly kind of fill back out as time goes on.
Yeah, can someone go into that episode and clip that bit, please and thank you? That would be awesome.
Yeah, well, actually, I was gonna say highlight because I don't know if you could
Highlight.
fit it all into a clip. What's the max length on a clip? Minute and a half?
I don't know.
Not even.
30
Immortalize it.
seconds.
Is it?
Or-
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can have a minute long clip.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think it's like a minute. It might have started as 30 and then they changed it to a minute.
Who knows? But yeah, I
It
wanted to
originally
mention-
A
was
minute is
30.
long enough.
Huh.
They might have increased it recently.
Interesting.
But clips and highlights have kind of like become one. Like, you can go
Not
and-
exactly. Like I highlight our full episodes, so they're just archived.
Well, like,
It's
let's
becoming
say,
more
like, I go to
dangerous
clip
time.
something right now, it'll be like, what parts do you want to clip? And then you get to, like, edit it.
I guess you can highlight clips, but you can't clip highlights. You know, one of those
Right,
fucked up
yeah.
things. Like all squares are parallelograms, but not all parallelograms are squares type bullshit.
Something like that. Alright, so was there anything else we missed? Any particular creatures you remember fighting? Anything about the environments that you went through?
I just want to highlight how big of a deal it is for Robiathan, kind of gaining a bit of brotherhood in the group. Um,
They killed a bunch of people.
yeah, and right now, Robiathan and I assume Garrett are very, very quiet and sullen, still kind of coping with what we had to do. We had to kill a bunch of prisoners.
Very much so, yep.
Yeah.
But you were basically ending their suffering.
Yeah, it was justifiable. Yeah, it was justified, but it is still, you know, we have remorse. Feel
It's
sad
a
about
lot
it.
of responsibility.
It's okay to feel sad sometimes. You can do the right thing and still feel remorse.
So we're still kind of in the resting period. If there's anything that you guys want to make note of, like I don't know, maybe you want to try talking to your deity. Maybe that's something that your character does in dark times to
Yeah, I would actually like to do that.
Okay. So what exactly are you doing? Your god is Lathander, correctly? Tell us about
Yeah.
Lathander.
Lathander. I'll tell you about Lathander. I have all that information. I should know the details of it. Hold on. Sorry, I was coming right out of Game of Thrones. Don't have all my information right in front of me. Lathander, of course. The deity of creativity, dawn, renewal, birth, athletics. He's the morning lord. A lawful good deity of creation. Vitality and youth. And it's just kind of the first deity that Robiathan was ever introduced to.
So kind of like if Master Guy from Naruto was also a god of the sun.
So I guess
He's all about the
Robiathan's-
springtime of youth and athleticism and
Robiathan's knowledge would be just limited to what he learned from Grak. So he might, I don't know how much he knows about Lathander. Dog?
I'd say you'd know a good amount. I mean, if you have a strong enough tie with your deity to be granted divine magic through, then I would say you'd know quite a bit about your deity. Aw, Trip, thank you for the resub. Can we get some love up in chat for my dude Trip?
I'm trying to think, because this is such a pivotal moment for Robiathan. Trying to think how he would handle it. He would make it short and sweet, and just request that Lathander give him a sign that he's looking over his shoulder.
Okay.
That's all.
Make a religion roll.
He's gonna keep it nice and short and sweet. Oh, religion.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Make a Constitution save.
Okay.
Okay. So it's getting kind of close to the end of the day as you guys are getting set to make camp. Keeping in mind that it's always pretty dark here. You know, the sky is equally
Okay.
kind of covered across the country.
Well, you mentioned the weather had gotten kind of bad.
Mm-hmm. It's begun storming. You know,
Jaga's angry.
you're hearing this, you know, very intense weather approaching slowly in the distance, coming from the east. East-northeast. So
Can't help but feel.
you would assume that
guys
probably
caused that.
by the next day, whatever weather that is will hit you if it continues. But it's very intense, like near constant lightning.
Tell me what my spiritual path leads me to.
Okay. So you spend a few moments reflecting on what you've done. You ask Lathander for a sign that he's watching over you. And for the briefest of moments, there's a break in the clouds as the sun is setting, and this just the thinnest beam of light just hits you right on the face, and like you're so shocked that like you take a few steps back and almost fall. And you're just like, oh, and then, you know, as quickly as it happened, it faded, but I'd say that's a pretty strong indication that you got an answer.
That's it's gonna rile Leviathan up a bit. He's gonna be excited. He's gonna try to stay cool.
It
front of
seems
Garrett.
that he agrees with what you've done and what you're doing.
Nice. I'm gonna keep it to myself, but be squeeing a bit.
All right. So, Buckle, is there anything that you would like to make note of before, during, or after you guys are making your rest?
I would say to the rest of the group, during that last battle we had, we did get some loot, some items that we have not distributed yet.
Like this?
Yeah, like that, yeah, but we went through that. I want to make sure that we went through everything, because I got some other nice things. 50 gold, how do we want to split that up? I was just thinking it goes into the party funds.
Put it in the carriage.
Nah, I mean, I would prefer that it go into the party funds, but we can split it 5 ways, 6 ways.
Well, there's only 5 of you now.
Yeah, I kind of say 6. Maybe we give the slaves a cut. I don't know. That relationship is confusing still to Leviathan.
They're not slaves.
So then what do we call them?
They're my followers.
Anyway, I'm gonna keep this 50 gold in the party funds. Seems kind of pointless to give everybody just 10 gold. I got this magic wand. You do anything with that? No, not ringing a
What
bell.
kind of wand
I
is it?
can inspect it, maybe.
Yeah, I reached in my bag of holding, hand the wand to him. It's got a silvery spider on the end with a purple gem.
Trip, I will allow you to roll either Arcana or History. Either will be done at advantage. Okay. You recognize it as a wand of web.
Oh, this is a wand of web. It casts web.
It's something frequently used by Drow, especially priestesses of Lolth.
Well, just the name of that kind of gives me an idea of what it does. Do any
It's-
of you want it?
It's something you would have seen before.
Anybody want
I
it?
have an idea for it.
Well, I mean, you can have it. It's fine with me. Other option is to keep it in the bag of holding and sell it when we get a chance.
Thank you very much, Homer, for that host. We got a shout out for that handsome gentleman.
Yeah, I'll let Nyloth have the magic wand.
Okay.
If no one protests.
Let me look that up real quick, make sure there's nothing that needs to be rolled for it immediately. I don't think there is. I think it just has a number of charges. Yeah.
Yeah.
And none of them are expended.
Next, I'll pull out this very finely made dagger, maybe magic. Let's see, can you identify this and see if there's any magic to it? I look at Nyloth.
I do not have detect magic.
What about, so I'm still kind of unfamiliar with a lot of your skills and abilities. Looks over to you, Seraphina. Can you detect magic or sense arcane presence?
1 second.
Wonderful. I want to know if my dagger is just a cool-looking dagger or if it's got
I
magic
do.
to it.
Moment, please.
Well, and keep in mind that like even Trip's Arcana check isn't telling you for sure that it's magical. It could be a forgery, but it looks like a wand of web.
You know, it's team building. You know, it's teamwork. I'm not going to be a selfish.
I just
hoarder.
wanted to be clear on like what it is exactly Arcana does. It's an intelligence check, so it doesn't actually tell you if anything's magical or not. It can just give you a good idea.
I
Right.
don't have detect magic.
Yeah, I don't have detect magic right now.
No one
I don't
has
know if I
detect
can get it.
magic. Do I have detect magic? Is that something we get, Garrett? Can we do
No.
detect magic?
At least not at our ability level.
Ah, maybe one day we'll get strong enough. In the meantime, I guess I'll just put this on my side, and I'll put the dagger on my side. 2 potions here. Ooh, glamored studded leather armor. Pull that out next.
What's it glamored to look like?
It's just
that was-
it just looks like studded leather.
My
Oh,
understanding, you can change
So
it to whatever
it's-
you want it to look like.
Correct.
But I'm not about to
Oh.
downgrade my fancy full plate armor for this studded leather.
If it's not actively worn and being used, then it just reverts to studded leather.
Glamored armor is actually really, really good. I
I
have,
have
the
leather armor.
Yeah, then it'd be good for you. Do you want like the information on it? I got it right here.
What up, Skull of Yorick? Thank you very much for those 30 bits.
It gives you a +1 bonus to your.
Filling up my cuppy.
You can use a bonus action to speak the armor's command word and cause the armor to assume the appearance of a normal set of clothing or some other kind of armor. You decide what it looks like, including color, style, and accessories, but the armor retains its normal bulk and weight. The illusory appearance lasts until you use this property again or remove the armor.
You
So-
can have it. I still have my Ifriti chain.
Yeah,
I feel like such a loot whore.
So are we giving this to
Creepy.
Nyloth as well? What? Nyloth, is it your birthday today?
I would just.
It sure
Yeah.
feels like it, and this twitches happily.
I would just like pull down the collar of my shirt to reveal that I still have my super fancy, shiny chain, Afriti chain on. Like, I certainly don't need it.
Well, maybe the glamour effect will help with his, his startling facial presence. Not that I mind at all, of course, but you know, when dealing with social things. So go ahead and take it, and I'll hand it to him.
I will go change into that.
I also got 2 potions of greater healing, but I'm just going to keep those in the bag unless anyone really needs one.
Nyla's
Anyone
gonna
need
go hide
I have
behind a
1
tree
greater
while he
healing potion of my
changes.
own left. What was that? Sorry.
I said, is Nyla gonna go hide behind a tree while he changes?
Yeah.
I give my old armor to Demise.
Okay.
Passing down the master's armor. So yeah, I'll offer anybody a potion of greater healing if they. have
Also, Trip, give me a quick insight check. Okay. You notice that Demise seems to be taking like a very outspoken, almost leadership quality among the group.
Sweet.
So,
Everything's going according to plan.
so she might be kind of like developing into the group alpha, if you know, if you wanted to put it in
Yeah.
those terms.
If you're gonna try to
that's
convince
good.
her to be a cleric of Moander, better do it now while she's still in sway.
I would
Well,
just like to
you
state
can
for
certainly
the record-
try.
Yeah, I'll be like, this is a gift from Moander. Or something.
Okay, and like I said before, it's not entirely up to her.
Yeah.
The deity
It
that
might
a cleric
change.
forms a bond with isn't always up to them. It's a two-way street. And right now, Kasuth ain't want nothing to do with you. With your smelly vampire fucking knees. Yeah,
I
I
feel
said
like
it.
I both want and need to state this for the record. I'm kind of keeping an eye on Nyloth and like seeing how maniacal he gets. Sort of like,
Okay, out of character, like the hierarchy of the Moander people is supposed to be a human female, so that's why I'm happy.
well, I mean, yeah, that makes sense. But and I have no suspicions right now. But you want us to call them your followers? Like, I just feel like it's something that needs to be kept an eye on. I just want to make sure I state that I'm keeping an eye on that.
It's okay. I'm keeping several on you.
Yeah, no, I don't doubt it. I don't blame you.
Or facets of an eye.
Yeah, I mean, in fact, you might be a little bit disoriented for a little while. Just kind of like you just have to process more visual information now. It's nothing you've never had. It's nothing you've ever had to do before.
I
But
go around like this is not helping.
but also you've wild shaped into different beasts and things like that before, so you kind of like you've to anybody else like it'd put them on their ass, but you're kind of dealing with it. You know what I mean? But it's still gonna take some
Yep.
getting used to.
So they can't like direct where it looks, right? Like a chameleon, it's just you see more, right?
Correct.
Okay.
We're literally.
It's like I turned the FOV slider all the way up.
Exactly. You've gone to TB on the FOV scale.
That's secretly who Kaives is.
Nylo kind of got like decked out with this loot, you know. Got a good portion of stuff. Leviathan's happy to see Nyloth happy.
All right.
Leviathan feels like Nyloth doesn't smile very much.
So another thing that we touched on is a few of you
Smiling.
have received artifacts. Trip, Joey, and Buckle. So we kind of went into this a little bit, but it was towards the end of the stream, so I don't remember you guys to remember it really. But artifacts are kind of tiered in their power sometimes, and it really all depends on like how well do you embody the virtues and the general attitude of the artifact for which it is named, the person for which the artifact is named. So in the case of Trip, that would be Kaives. In the case of Joey, that would be Elsora Ice Braids.
I can
And
talk about Elsora all day.
Buckle, that would be
Omnibus.
Omnibus.
What did you call it again, Thog?
What?
What did you call my item again? Elsora's what?
Crown.
Okay, I just
Ice Braids. That's her
Ice-
last name.
Correct.
Oh.
Elsora
okay.
Ice Braids.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you. For some reason I never noted that down.
So that's just something for me to track because none of you really know a whole lot about your, I guess we'll call them artifact patron.
We
to
just
kind of
know
throw
that
a general term on it.
A page called Kaives Pass that melted. About mine.
Yeah. And each one of these has the potential for adventure to find information on who they relate to, but
Yep.
task for later times.
And depending on who the artifact is related to, there might be a lot of information floating around, or it might be very obscure. So
Yeah.
it
That's
all
on the
kind of
back-
depends.
That's on the back of Leviathan's mind at the moment.
Yep, I'm sure. So you guys are like still off in the forest. You're pretty well hidden. You found a nice little area to camp for the evening. Is there?
That is all the loot too, by the way. That's everything.
That was everything. Okay. And Trip, just as a general idea, how are you making your studded leather look?
I was thinking webby.
Like the
Be a
rapper.
little more specific.
Yeah, like my cloak. Like Spider-Man, but Venom colors.
So you want
Spider-Web
like
line?
a meat suit? You trying to
A
show
meat
off the
suit?
belch?
Oh, like regular like
Selling
clothes
hot
like this,
dogs?
but looks like, but like the colors and like the webbing, like just
So basically, like your character portrait.
yeah, like
Okay.
how the cape looks, just spreaded throughout, so it looks.
How well does it interpret your own intentions? Like if you don't have like a crazy good fashion sense with a Lambert studded leather, just kind of like, eh.
Well, it says you decide what it looks like, including color, style, and accessories. So
So I feel like if you don't have much of a sense of style, then the armor would reflect that as well.
It just like looks like my old armor, but like colored to look like webs and match. That's really the thing I care about, is it matches the cloak.
okay. Is there anything else you guys wanted to make note of? Buckle, was there anything that you wanted to do?
Garrett has not prayed since the trial for Spears' death.
Wow, harsh.
He's not shut off to tier, but he does not do a daily communication as other paladins and clerics may do.
What
He
what
just-
what is Dingo doing? He's over by the door. I just see like dog butt over the fucking over your shoulder.
Yeah, dude, go check on your dog.
If I were to disturb him, it would be a flurry of paws and tails and stuff as he tried to.
That sounds adorable.
He's got more than one tail?
This
Well, I
is-
mean, when he starts spinning around, maybe.
it's cartoonish. He grows 3 and then it oscillates. Yep, real classy, Dingo. Way to class it up.
Could I make it look like a carapace or
Sure.
something? Oh, I want it to
Trip,
look
you can make
that.
it look like whatever you want to make it look like.
Oh, there you go.
You can literally make it look like whatever you want.
And it's an instantaneous change too.
Could you make it invisible? And it would literally be the Emperor's new clothes? Or whatever it's called?
Well, I would personally argue that invisible isn't like a style of clothing.
Right. And also, it does take like an action to do this.
You could
So
make it translucent. Or
Good.
transparent. Like, still visible, but transparent.
Like what you use for like those nice curtains in like a desert area, and the breeze slightly blows against it, but you can see through it still.
I was
sure.
just thinking clear.
I just imagine he's trying a bunch of different styles out, just sort of saying,
Beetle, spider, ant.
Does it look like Nyloth's having fun? Does it look like you're having fun, Nyloth?
Yes.
And Leviathan's pleased. Creeped out, but pleased.
And what about you, Ewok? Is Danderfluff doing anything in particular?
Should probably be just making something. Tinker's tools.
Okay. What are you making?
Music box.
Okay.
Also, do we just like she's getting a little fidgety with her, but she was wondering, like, do we still have to wear the glamour gem?
I mean, it seems to be active still.
Okay.
you're not really sure of if or when that will cease to be. Anything else?
That's it. Just passing time.
And I will say
Um,
that I'll sit silently near Garrett. You know, he's around the campfire or something like that. Sit on across the campfire. You know, kind of, you know, awkwardly trying to make one of his first friends. Like, he's pretty awkward in these situations, but he feels like he needs to be there for you. Feels like we need to be together right now.
He's
How the
looking to
gods would want
smash.
it.
What was that, Thug?
Nothing.
No. Something about Smash. Okay.
Yeah.
Like potatoes.
If Garrett tells him to fuck off, then he'll fuck off.
Garrett never tells anyone to fuck off.
He will ask you if you don't mind if he keeps you company.
Definitely not. No, you are correct. He is very quiet.
Oh yeah, and so is Leviathan.
Lawful Garrett.
I'm gonna give the Wanda web to Rot and be like, maybe I can teach you to use this.
Okay. Roll a d20.
Oh boy.
You're trying to teach him how to do it, and he's just not getting it at all.
Okay, well, maybe next time,
In
Rot.
time.
Maybe you're better at something else. We'll find a place for you, and I pat him on the head. Have you... Watch this, maybe this will make you happy. Beetle! And I turn into a beetle. Like, looking.
They all clap, impressed.
One day you too can have nice things like this.
Okay.
And don't worry, you don't have to work very hard for it. I didn't really work very hard for it. It was a gift from Moander.
Can't say it's a gift from your homies. No.
It's not how trust is built in a cult situation.
It's very true.
You have to attribute everything good to some faceless entity, and then
God forbid I tell
everything bad is your fault.
him how to run his cult.
You mean Moander forbid?
Yeah.
Or Lathander.
I said I
Moander,
always have to watch
Lathander.
out and make sure I say the gods or the lords, not like God or the Lord, because it takes on slightly different context.
I guess.
Slightly different. It's
Depends
just
on
called-
how you're referring. But yeah,
Yeah.
sure. So we'll forgo I'll assume that you guys set a watch order. Nothing interesting happens except you note that this terrible weather is getting gradually closer and closer. You know, it appears to be following the same pace, should hit probably after dawn or maybe a little bit after that. You know, I'm assuming you guys will all roll decently on perception enough to make that kind of guess, and also Ewok's got his eagle eye thing, which is going to be a huge benefit with that. So no rolls required. So everybody is rested. You are back up to full hit points and spells, and if you are a prepared spellcaster and would like to change out spells, now would be the time to do so.
I believe I would like to do so. Do you want me to know which ones I swap out, Thog?
Yeah, just verbally.
Okay.
And you can take a minute to decide that.
I'm gonna switch daylight for call of lightning since we're outside now.
Okay.
Let's get rid of hold person. Leviathan's
gonna
stretching
keep
his
mine.
legs. Go ahead, sorry.
I was just saying I'm keeping my spells the way they are.
I've never played a paladin before either, so I don't know much about. They can do. Okay. I'm gonna whisper to you the spells that I swapped out. I highly doubt the whisper will matter, but just in case.
Why are
Okay.
you being so secretive about your spells there?
Just, hopefully for no reason.
Where are you sending me this on?
I was gonna send it on DC if
That's
works.
fine.
Okay.
Why are you trying to be sneaky?
I'm gonna read them off. No, I'm just kidding. Okay. Noted. Ammo, are you changing out any spells?
Nope.
And Buckle?
Yeah, I change them pretty much every time. Command, Cure Wounds, Divine Favor, finds Steed, Lesser Restoration.
Okay.
Actually, I'm gonna swap out. Get rid of Bane.
Bane?
Bane?
Sorry, Bane.
I love how every time he mentions any of his spells, Buckle's just like, what the fuck kind of paladin are you?
Wait, no, I can't get rid of that one because it's one of my oath spells.
Oh, what is this?
Yeah, that was confusing because it has
Yeah,
to be an oath spell.
Yeah.
What up, Jam? What up, everybody?
Shit, Jam's in early, huh?
Oh, shit. What's up, everybody?
Man.
Thank you, Jam fam.
Hey,
Get some
Jam
love up in
Squad.
chat for Jam and the squad. How was the PUBGs?
It's a pretty fragrant raid.
It is. It has a lovely bouquet, and now Dingo's upset. So you know it's a good
It's just,
time.
You know what he does.
Cold Person was also one of my paladin spells, so I didn't need to swap that one out. Nice.
They were lit? Nice, dude. Yeah, I was like running around all day, so I was kind of watching you in the background. Yeah, looked like you guys were kicking some ass, man. Like, honestly, just, like, I've never played that game, and I wouldn't necessarily say that, like, I particularly have a keen interest to. Like, not that I don't think there's anything wrong with it, it's just not something that I think I would get, like, super into. But, like, if I did play it, I would definitely want to play it in, like, a squad. Like, duos, if nothing else.
I got my chicken dinners and uninstalled.
Well, at least you got some chicken.
I will never get better at it from there.
At least you got chicken.
It's just like, never get one, and then you get 3 in one night. It's like, okay, I'm done. Nope.
Hey, would you look at this? I can get Detect Magic.
Are you gonna take Detect Magic?
Yep, I'm gonna get rid of Command and put in Detect Magic.
Okay. Damn, that is a lovely fucking host, Jam. Seriously, thank you so much, guys. That's fucking amazing. Jam,
Beginning too.
thank you for rating me on the regular, dude. Like, that's fucking seriously very cool. I really appreciate it, man.
I was wrong. I forgot we had Detect Magic. I thought it was just Detect Poison and Disease and Protection Evil from Good.
Yeah, so
Well, I
Reviven's
figured at
about
the
to
very
kill-
least it might fit into one of the different oaths. Like, it might be an oath spell. But
Yeah, sure.
I don't know. Either way, Reviven's gonna feel like he's about to teach Garrett something. Maybe like.
Oh, that was
impress
me not
Garrett.
remembering.
Ah, damn. Was all right.
I mean, because we all our spells are just in our brains anyway from God. So
All right, fine.
yeah, it'd be stellar if we could get that ironed out so that the views are accurately represented. Because otherwise, it's like stats don't really mean a whole lot until you fix that. But I feel ya. Trust me, man. I feel ya. So anyway, you guys all get through the night. You're all well rested. There's kind of a light rain through the evening, but nothing that seriously impedes you. You did pick up a number of tents as well, correct?
I think that was Viking campaign.
Was it? It's hard for me to remember sometimes with...
Yeah, they were buying tents Thursday.
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't remember if you guys bought tents at all.
I know we
don't
have
think so,
tents
'cause we had the
we've stayed in tents before.
Carriage.
I don't know. Do any of you have a tent?
I don't remember you guys buying any tents.
I have a tent,
I don't.
and it's in the same section as my grappling hook and silk rope, so it was when we first left Candlemas.
Yep. And a tent will sleep too. Like, the bulk of you can sleep in the carriage. There's definitely room for that. And between the various watches, like, basically everybody will be under some kind of cover while they're sleeping, so there's no need to roll to, like, stay asleep as you're getting your face rained on.
Serafina has a fancy, like, compartment/coffin bed
Yep.
in the carriage.
Well, she
Wait,
paid for it, so... Whose house?
Like, even if she becomes not a vampire, I feel like she's still gonna use that.
Maybe
reminder of the
you've grown
past.
accustomed to it. I mean, it's certainly... Like, when you sleep as a vampire, it's typically, like, a very deep, uninterrupted, death-like sleep.
And honestly, some coffins look pretty comfy, and like, they weren't what they were for. You know, they look like they could be slept in.
I'm gonna agree on this. I've thought
I
this
mean,
every
you're gonna
time I've
be
seen an
there the
empty
rest
one.
of the time that your body's on this planet, so might as well make it a nice one.
I've also had the thought, like, why does it need to be so comfy?
It's not for them, it's for everybody else, basically. It's a psychological thing.
And it's only been in use for the last 50 or so years.
It's a markup.
The whole funeral home, funeral industry and shit. It's just a bunch of fucking bullshit.
part of the ceremonies.
Well, I mean,
I want to be buried directly
can be
into the
bullshit.
ground.
it's steady income. Because
Yeah, it's preying on morning people. That's all it is.
well, I mean, they provide a service that's going to be dealt one way or another, so why not
That's
make
like
money on it?
saying
Do it
people
at
aren't
home.
going to want to mourn the deaths of people they love. Aren't going to want to, you know.
Well, like, you also have to consider, are you really going to pump your loved ones full of embalming fluid and
Why
remove
would
their
you do that?
organs? And
Don't do any of that. Don't do any of that. Just leave their organs in their body.
well,
Why would you
I don't know many
I believe there
families
might
that
be
just when someone
laws.
dies,
There
they
are
leave their
zero
body.
laws.
really?
Zero laws. Zero. Goose egg laws about
Man,
how
you're,
many.
You're convincing me, Buckle. But then again, I've always been of the opinion, like, when I'm dead, just put me on a hook and use me as giant squid bait. Get it on camera,
My
sell
mom
it,
told
Yeah.
me she wants me to
Give it
turn
to
her
fucking
ashes
poor
into
people.
a diamond and wear
sell
it.
Dog
it,
has
and
told-
give the proceeds to the poor. Feed me to a
Dog
giant
has
squid
told
for the
me
poor.
on more than one occasion that I either feed him to a giant squid or to wolves in the forest.
Yeah, just drag me into the fucking woods and leave me there. I'm not gonna give a shit. I'll be dead.
As long as there's a death certificate that says that you died and it wasn't foul play, you can just be tossed out into the woods. It's fine.
Oh,
Noted.
well, my streams are about learning. Anyway,
One thing I would like to go to Danderfluff as you see starting to set up your tent.
Mhm.
Like I don't have a tent, and sleeping on wood is a bit less comfortable than sleeping on the grass. Do you mind if I sleep in your tent with you tonight?
I don't know how to say this, but well, actually, I do know how to say this. No,
Oh, I mean, I'm not. I understand. I'm not gonna. Can I ask why?
because I barely know you.
That is an inescapably fair point. Figured I'd ask. It's fine, thank you.
And maybe you shed. I don't want to have that when I wake up.
I don't know, maybe I do. If I did, Grack never complained about it. But sorry, didn't mean to take your time. I'll find somewhere else to sleep. You're right. Stupid question to ask.
Outside of the tent, I'll throw the giant sock.
The giant sock.
Yes.
How giant?
It's a giant sock.
A giant's sock.
Is it clean?
Clean as it could be. Like,
Toss a dirty sock.
Clean
in
as
it?
it's gonna get.
it's to sleep in.
Ah. I say thank you.
Glad we cleared all that up.
Fucking laundry police all of a sudden? What?
Well,
What's your sleeping bag smell
I don't know what
like?
he's implying. Like, clean this help or like what? I don't know. I don't know Vanderfluff very well either.
Also, keep in mind that you don't have your at-will prestidigitation cleaning service anymore in the form of Evelyn. So
Oh,
I like to remind players when there's a sudden absence in the party of we're certainly all gonna miss Scruffles and her winning personality at the table, but of course, your characters will be missing her inspiration, her spells, things like that.
can I do the little forecast with Druidcraft since the weather's acting all funky to see what it shows?
Tell me exactly how it's worded, or better yet, if you can link it into the Roll20 box
Okay.
by clicking it on your spells sheet. Okay. Create a... Oh, okay. You create a tiny, harmless sensory effect that predicts what the weather at your location. Okay, I'll consider that pretty broadly. The effect might manifest as golden. Okay. So you use Druidcraft, and almost immediately it's like, say, a gray orb, and then suddenly turns dark and churning like thunderheads, and these little kind of sparks kind of like arc out into the palm of your hand. They don't hurt you at all. It's you can kind of like feel the little snaps of like the electric charge, but it's certainly not painful or anything like that. But looks like it's gonna be a live one.
Like I'm showing everyone this. This is the forecast. We should leave.
I mean, can we leave to a point that's far enough away to where we'll be out of this, or do we just have to bolster down?
Well, we could move and then see if it changes.
We just
But-
walked so far.
But it's gonna be really bad here.
How,
And we're in the woods with nothing but a carriage.
well, no matter where we're gonna be there with just a carriage.
What I'm
It's up to you
saying
guys.
is get away from the storm, maybe.
I don't know much about weather.
You guys can all roll nature.
Leviathan's not gonna choose to forego the roll.
I did a good nature roll.
Okay. So with a 19 trip, you know that your absolute best bet is to seek shelter. Like, you're gonna need shelter not just for yourself, but also your followers, your horses, the carriage.
We need to seek shelter immediately.
Finding some type of structure would be ideal in which to...
A flood warning is in effect.
Well, let's get to some high ground.
Have all our cell phones started going off?
And also, like, it's common sense that you know that you don't want to be necessarily in the middle of a forest when a thunderstorm goes through, because you're basically standing around a bunch of lightning rods, so...
Yeah.
So that brings up a good point, since you mention it, and I want all your input on this as well. When things like this happen and we have to build shelters for ourselves, we have to build shelters for all of his followers. he's in charge of building that shelter, right? Do we help? How's that work?
We can't build a shelter that fast.
I just want to know what our level of involvement is meant to be with your followers.
I guess you treat them as you would any other random person. They're part of the party now, I guess. Like,
But they're your responsibility.
I know, but like, let's say, like, oh, we're stopping by, or we're going by Rebiathan's house. Oh no, there's a storm. Would you just let random people die?
No, I'm not saying it's going to be a problem, but if it does become a problem, I want to know what to do instead of trying to come up with it on the spot. I like to plan ahead. No solution, that's fine.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. Like,
Just
they're kind of thin still, so they can cram into really tight spots easy.
I would just like to place this little seed in your minds that maybe this crowd won't be so small forever. Might become more of a problem.
I whisper in his ear, that's why I'm having Seraphina train demise.
Whisper that to your slaves or to me?
To you.
I just sigh. Say, I'll go wherever you guys think is best to go. Let's start building the fine shelter.
Perception rolls from everyone, please.
Yeah, and I'll start trying to hunt out some good shelter. Might not have to build anything.
Okay. You all notice that basically as the sky begins to lighten slightly, signaling the dawn, all of your previous glamour effects fade. Not yours notwithstanding, Trip. Whatever your glamored studded leather is doing, that's still doing that. I'm talking about the ones you had received before from Asmodeus.
I immediately start tapping mine. Like,
I look for my twig blight, see if it died. Like, looking through my clothes, like, where'd it go?
just like shaking it, trying to get like the hot reboot on it.
He kind of like crawls up and perches on your mandible.
Oh, okay, just you. I like grab a leaf. Like, here, do you eat this?
Sniffs at the leaf. Gets a bit closer. Make a dex save. Okay. You take 1 point of damage as it bites into your finger and begins sucking your blood. Do you allow it to continue?
A little bit.
Okay. Doesn't take much. After a few seconds, it kind of pulls its face away and wipes the little bit of blood off the little bit of bark on its teeth. Just
like,
kind of blinks at you dispassionately.
get somewhere safe. Torg. I named it Torg.
Okay. He just kind of like climbs into the folds of your armor and disappears.
Okay.
The buckle face.
Ew!
Ew!
Turn into like unkempt dreadlocks that are grown for like 20, 30 years, just a nest. I want to just say the first thing I do when I
But it's
wake up is
gonna
cast
look
detect
really
magic as a
pretty.
ritual.
Because it's glamored. So you can't see the filth underneath.
It won't be an immediate effect either. It'll... Leviathan tries not to think about it.
Okay, so 2 things. You guys need to figure out A, what you're gonna do about this coming storm, and B, exactly where it is that you're headed to begin with.
Well, I was
Because
making a perception
as
check
far
to
as
look
I
for
know, you
shelters.
don't have any particular destination in mind.
The abandoned lands.
We have a heading.
I thought we did have a heading. We were
Yeah,
going to Ice Camp Otoroch.
Oh, so you're headed that way.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
And I thought that perception check
don't
that I just made was
exactly
looking
know
for,
where
like,
it is. But you generally know where. Okay, so I've got a heading for you. So you kind of have the options. You can try and stay off the beaten path and stick to like hunting trails and maybe stuff like that. Or you can get onto the main road, which is pictured here. It's well lit, it's well traveled, it's well maintained. So there's kind of that gamble either way, right? Like if you take the less traveled path, you'll run into less people, but obviously the roads aren't going to be as well maintained. You might reach a point where you're not even able to continue with the carriage.
I'll stay on the main path.
Yeah, I vote the main path, especially if we have to like almost try and outrun a storm.
Main path. I'm not sure, but if it comes to it, I can at least get my fine steed hitched to the thing, and he's got the horseshoes of the Zephyr, which could help if we hit trouble terrain.
I've got my fine steed as well. Doesn't have those fancy horseshoes. Don't have anything fancy for it. I should get it a gift.
You would surface dweller say something about gift horses and mouse. I don't think that's good.
Well, you see, generally it's impolite to look a gift horse in the mouth because you can tell its health by its teeth, and you don't care, do you? Okay.
I'm
I
like
do.
I'm like looking at a fly as he does that.
Buckle coming through with his old-timey fucking
I would expect that
currency
Garrett
history
knows
lesson.
some stuff about horses at the very least.
Certainly, paladins know plenty about horses or whatever their chosen steed is.
Well,
I'm gonna-
Garrett, I thought your spiel was very interesting.
I could. Garrett, you remember my friend that sort of helped save Seraphina? I could do that to get a bird's eye view for shelter.
Yeah, let's do that sooner rather than later if we can get a bird's eye view.
Okay, stand back. Please, keep your hands and appendages separate from me.
I
And
go
stand
over.
at least 11 feet back, and take care of the followers. And I'm gonna summon my fly
As you
mount.
do that, I'm gonna grab the two horses and try to like drag them over towards me because I expect the reaction to it would be.
I'll do it
displeasing.
like behind the carriage.
I'll help them hold down like the
Fair.
horse just in case they get spooked.
Leviathan, you're
If
gonna.
you guys are
like
both
this.
like grabbing the horses and keeping them calm, then no rolls required.
Petting them.
You know,
I'm gonna
basically, if
use-
each one of you takes a horse, like what would your passive animal handling be? Like if you took 10 on it, what would it be?
10.
Okay,
11.
all right. I mean, it's not great, but
Um,
it's certainly enough to, you know, keep these animals
Manage a
calm.
well-trained horse.
You know, you're not summoning the fly directly in front of them. They might not even notice. So
Yeah, so like I'll go behind the carriage and be like, just keep everyone in the carriage safe. Like, I'll be able to see you guys from atop. And Leviathan, watch this. And I summon the ebony fly.
It's just like a black fly.
It's a like giant fly mount. And then I put my goggles on.
Steed off of a giant fly. I kind of give you like an approving nod. That was pretty cool. Give you a thumbs up.
okay, so what are you doing?
I'm gonna like fly up above the trees and follow the carriage as long as it lasts, looking for shelter.
Is anybody else going with you?
So are we continuing down the path, or are we staying here and looking in this area? We're trying to head
Well, I don't
down.
think you guys have determined that yet. That's what the fly is
Yeah,
for.
that's what I'm
right?
asking.
He's
I could
scouting,
have
so we know.
flown. I could have went with them to help see if I can find something.
Yeah,
can.
stand your fly. Oh, like if anyone wants to come, I like pat the fly's thorax. Like,
Well, sounds like
Well-
a fun adventure.
We're talking 2 people max.
yeah, but only one person.
If you want, I'll give you first dibs, Danderfluff, but I've never ridden any. I've never flown ever before.
Think back about basically not letting him into the tent. And knowing that I can see better than him, I'm just going to.
Your feelings are irrelevant.
Oh, you hop on the fly?
Yes.
I understand. First come, first serve.
It's nothing personal. I
No,
I feel like
I
we
understand.
don't want to get stuck in the
As
storm.
Nyloth commands the fly to take off. Like he is
I'll take you for a ride when I get back.
I'm like pushing his shoulder to make him go. Hurry up.
Okay. Thank you very much for the host, Sofang. Another excellent D&D streamer. Definitely check him out. If we could get a shout out, please. Danderfluff. Let's see. Trip. I will give you the option. I will let you make a perception check, but if you do so, you're also going to have to make a check to keep the fly steady because the winds are really starting to pick up. And especially as you kind of like gain altitude, it's like really whipping.
I'll let Danderfluff do the looking.
Okay.
'Cause I'd rather not have Danderfluff die.
All right. So Danderfluff, what was the range on that vision again?
1 mile.
Okay. That's going to be increased, obviously, because of your height. But maybe not so much like detail at further distances. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's all low res.
Yeah.
The trees haven't popped in yet.
The vegetation slider is turned down, so you just see kind of broad.
I see someone
general
hiding in the
features.
bush over there.
Yeah, the bush that has
There's like a circle of trees around us that like moves.
There's
as
somebody
we...
hiding in that unrendered bush. All right. So, make a perception check with advantage. Okay.
Spider eyes.
You notice that about 3 miles due north of you, and this is well off the beaten path, like well away from the main thoroughfare, which you can kind of see from that height. Looks like a small cluster of buildings, could be a farmstead.
I'm gonna focus in on it a little bit to make sure I don't see any people
I mean, if
like running around.
You can get another check if you want to get closer, but that's up to you guys. I'm assuming you guys just kind of flew straight up.
Yeah, I'll kind of tap Nyloth on the shoulder and point him in that direction. Go that way a little bit.
What up, Libris?
Okay.
Okay.
I imagine it sounds like a biplane.
So you start heading over that way. Danderfluff, another perception with advantage. Okay, much better that time. It does look to be like an old abandoned farm or maybe lumber mill. Many of the structures have kind of like worn down and collapsed over time, but it's still for the most part intact. You know, vines choking the walls and such, but appears to be abandoned. You can see that if you were to basically head due north, within a very short amount of time, like you guys will get onto a hunting trail, that will bring you close enough to this old farmstead or lumber mill or whatever it is, to basically kind of hack and slash your way in from there. You'll definitely have to clear some brush in order to get into there, but you know, kind of further that amount of overgrowth kind of further lends to the idea that there's probably nobody there, and you certainly don't see anybody.
Okay, I would tell Nyloth. Yeah, right over there, there looks like there's a farm that no one's using. And I'll point it
Okay.
out and see if you can see it.
Should we go back and tell them first, or check it out?
Well, the longer they're down there, the more danger they could be in.
Okay. I'll start taking the fly back to the back of the carriage.
Okay.
I watch it less than majestically ease in. So what'd you find?
About 3 miles. What direction was it, Thug?
Due north.
About 3 miles due north, there's like an old farm. It looks abandoned.
Yes,
What?
Garrett.
What kind of farm? This place has no sun and hasn't for thousands of years.
Looks like a sawmill.
Worth checking out then.
Then
Better
north,
than nothing.
and northward we go. And I'll start ushering us kind of forward north.
Okay. And Ewok, do you have any kind of like tracking? Don't you have like something that's like I can remember exactly the way that I've seen or something like that?
I could just like, they could follow me from the ground.
I mean, is it right along the pathway?
It's down a game trail or something.
I have beast sense, speak with animals, and danger sense. That's about it, really.
Okay, I'm probably thinking of something else then.
There are barbarian like, sense beasts and everything like that.
I don't think you're I think that might be an Outlander thing or a
Yeah,
hermit. I don't.
because I'm inheritor.
Yeah, I think I'm thinking of one of the Vikings characters again. I remember
By
it
the way,
being
it doesn't
said
help to
recently.
at least start heading north.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna follow the giant fly in the sky, then no rolls required.
And Leviathan, you could come for a ride.
No, I want to make sure that everyone down here is kept safe. Who knows how this is going to progress? Save it for a
Okay.
sunny day.
Why? Why would you do that?
All right, so who's on the ground? Who's in the sky?
I'll be on the ground.
Yep, ground squad.
I'll go sky again.
Okay.
Okay, and ammo sticking on the ground. Okay, so you guys start making your way there. Trip's keeping you on track, kind of also helping you find the paths of least resistance. You know, between him and Danderfluff, they're kind of periodically swooping down and giving you guys an update of like, all right, up here you guys are gonna veer to the left a little bit because there's kind of a hill. You know, it'll be easier to bring the horses down that way.
And I assume we're going kind of a quickened pace. As quick as
Well,
we can.
I mean, as fast as you can, because you're not exactly on a path at the moment. So it's very kind of like picking. You know, you're kind of having to veer left, veer right, just to find any chance at all of not ruining the carriage or something like that. But eventually, you do find your way onto this hunting trail, and it's pretty straightforward after that. This doesn't appear to be a very highly trafficked area, except by animals and maybe the occasional hunter.
Well, I guess as we approach onto the farm, I'll take a quick look around and see if I notice any signs of anything.
Well, you've got miles to go before you get to that point. Like, you've just gotten onto the hunting trail that kind of leads close to it. So, Ewok, give me a regular perception check, and everybody on the ground give me a perception check. Okay. So Danderfluff, from your height, you see that like suddenly off to the east, there's like a massive amount of activity just in the vegetation. Like you can see it shaking. Like there's many things running quickly through the vegetation. Like
And
you
it's coming
kinda,
towards the
it is headed
cart.
towards the party.
I tell Nyloth to swoop down. There's something coming towards the party.
And as he swoops down, you can hear this kind of thundering and crunching of twigs and snapping of branches.
Make haste.
I get my axe ready. Say, well, looks like we're gonna have to turn this into a party. And I get my axe ready.
What are the rest of you doing?
More or less the same, but with less exuberance and more taking off my shield from my shoulder.
Okay. Serafina?
Sorry, I had to unmute. Excuse me. I'm not sure what she'd do. I hadn't thought about that.
I'm of course not gonna act until like they become aggressive, but just get ready.
So are we outside of the carriage at this point, or are we still?
You tell me.
I probably wouldn't have gotten out of the carriage yet.
Okay. I mean, you can hear thundering footsteps approaching.
I'll put my token where Leviathan would be.
I'd probably stay in the carriage for now and just be like peeking out a window or something.
Okay. And Trip and Ewok, you gonna stay airborne or what?
You're facing the right way.
I would be.
I would, yeah.
I would hop down.
They're
held-
approaching from the east.
Ewok get like into the legs of the fly.
There you go.
We could do like a bomb drop.
Are there any trees around before we?
You're completely surrounded by trees. Take
And
your
they're
pick.
coming from the east.
That is correct.
Are they thin trees?
There is an entire mix.
I would like to. I mean, if it's a possibility, my idea is to get cover behind a tree that's like in the line, like of the like facing east.
Uh-huh.
And the idea is just to get like down in the cover, hunched over, kind of get hidden, and when they get close enough to swing the like try and cut the tree down, and it'll fall down on whoever's coming, at least startle them.
You could
Nice.
certainly try. Done. And
Okay.
Trip, what are you doing?
I'll still stay on my fly, but like not above the trees.
Just kind of hovering above the carriage?
Yeah.
Okay. Danderfluff and Trip, give me perception checks.
Is it site based?
It is.
Okay.
Are all the minions going to stay there as well?
Yeah. I would ask them to get into more strategic positions.
That's kind of what I was trying to figure out. Because if they want to fight, I'm going to squat up with them here.
Yeah, and kind of, I guess, begrudgingly help lead them because Nyloth isn't here. Make sure that they perform competently.
Trip, you spot just in your field of vision about a dozen, all of the same creature. They appear to be elk-like animals. Very large. Looks like they're just running.
Stampede elks.
Well, protect the carriage. And ourselves.
Did he say stampede?
Yes, he did.
Of elk?
Of elk. Maybe they just
And
stampede
suddenly
by.
they're upon you, and they're just they're running around you, like maybe coming within inches of you, but doesn't look like they're attacking. They're just kind of leaping over. You know, one of them might leap over the barding for the two horses, and
I won't attack if they're just galloping by.
And are they... You said they're jumping over the barding and stuff, but are they at least parting around the carriage and that?
for the most
Like,
part, yeah. They're not like ramming into the carriage. They're avoiding it.
Good thing we stopped.
Then I'll just
Let them go.
disturb their migration. I guess. I don't know.
But they're running.
I don't think they're migrating. I think something's after them.
Well, they're running the direction the storm is traveling, right?
Running away from it.
Yeah. So they're fleeing the storm. That's bad news for us.
That is very bad news. We need to get to that farm.
Why is that bad news?
When the animals flee, that means something. when you hear them like that, when they're fleeing
When
something
doggo
terrible.
barks, you know something is outside, like grass growing.
Well, let's wait for them to pass and then we continue on.
Hold on, I'm waiting for the debate.
I just told him to shut up.
Well, that's not very nice. Rude.
Does he actually shut up if you tell him to shut up? Like,
Depends on how energetic he's barking at something.
you know how you can sort of teach commands like that?
Yeah, I've partnered Hush with Shut Up,
Oh.
but he's a little, you know.
Yeah, Blue listens some of the times, but if there's something that really has her interest, I'm not going to be able
Forget
to get her
about
to
it.
stop.
Like, it's like one of those things, like, you can say sit, and they sit, but you could also teach them to be like, coconut, and they sit. Because, like, they don't.
Yeah. Yep.
And if you did that with shut up, it'd be really funny.
So I will yell out to the group and say,
Oh my
what do
god.
we do once they pass? Do we go forward? This is strange.
We make for
After
the
a few
farm.
moments, it's over. They continue to thunder off towards the west.
Let's go ahead. Sorry.
Barns to the north.
Which is the moment they pass, just up in the cart and yelling at everyone to get in and move.
Yeah, cover as much distance as possible.
I, like, have the fly, like, reach its hands out for Danderfluff if she wants to get back on.
I
It's reaching
will
out.
grab it.
Okay.
Can I hop on my steed and gallop ahead?
Are you taking the 10 minutes to cast Find Steed?
No, I am not.
All right.
Don't do that.
All right. So, you guys continue forward with the carriage. Eventually, you get to the point where you'll have to start hacking and slashing your way through if you expect to bring the carriage with you.
Is Nyla still flying in the sky?
As far as I know, unless he tells me that he's stopping.
Yeah.
Is Dander
I'm in the air.
Danderfluff is with him, yes.
Danderfluff, you're with Nyla?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. Then start hacking and slashing.
Well, if we see them, I'll be like, oh, I'll, like, go down and drop Danderfluff off.
Yeah, I would tell Nyloth, like, in more detail where it's at, like, so he could keep a heading.
Okay. Like, I'm not going anywhere if the carriage isn't going anywhere. So,
Yeah, and I would like to try and command Nyla's followers to help with the hacking and slashing, like motivatingly command.
I'll
But I
ask
would
them to
like to
please
do a 3-point hero landing coming down from the fly.
Acrobatics.
and you break your leg.
You don't hurt yourself, but you don't exactly quite pull it off either. You got the timing between hitting your fist to the ground and your knees a little bit off. Needs work, but you get the general idea.
Robiathan didn't notice. Wasn't looking.
Yeah, I would help start swinging at trees.
Okay. And Joe, you said that you're commanding the followers. Roll
I'm
persuasion.
not actually using a spell command because I had conveniently just swapped that out for.
Oh, I was gonna ask them to help.
Okay.
But like
If
before you got there and landed, I would,
Like, I walk up to them on the fly and be like, "Can you help clear the brush?"
it's a pretty straightforward and in their own best interest request. So they begin hacking and slashing away.
Yeah.
And what about you, Ammo? Are you gonna stay in, or are you gonna get out and help?
I'll get out and help. I don't think I'll be of too much help, because, It'd be easier for me to just burn it, but I don't think it's a good idea to burn the forest down.
A storm's coming.
Serafina, only you can
Well,
prevent
yeah,
forest
but
fires.
you know, it'd be nice if there were some trees left.
Roughly how far is it from the farm now? Like, would I still need the fly?
No, you guys can kind of see these structures like over the vegetation.
Okay, I'm gonna turn it back into a figurine and start helping, like, use Druidcraft to make the plants wither as best I can, like, to help make it chop.
Okay,
Like,
sure. Making them more brittle will certainly make it go easier.
yeah.
And what are you doing to help Emma?
Providing moral support.
Just sitting hoity-toity in the carriage, like, flicking a like, her book and sipping on blood.
No, I said I'd get up help. I just don't know what I'd use to. I mean,
Do I notice that she looks like she's kind of looking for something to do?
Well, what are you using as a
I
weapon
have my spiked
to hack and
chain,
slash?
but I don't know how good that's gonna work.
Me or
You.
Serafina?
Yeah.
Oh, great axe.
Okay. Buckle?
If someone has an axe or something I can use, that would be, I would be chopping. But if there's not one of those, I don't think a hammer is really gonna do well.
If you ask, like, out
I
loud,
will.
I can throw you. Oh, yeah. I'd take my battle axe out and throw it to you.
All right. So then, with Danderfluff's battle axe, I will be chopping and hacking.
Yeah, and I'll shout back as Serafina steps off and say, "Now make sure the horses don't run away." As I continue hacking.
Okay. What's your animal handling look like, Emma? What's
you don't
your
have
bonus?
to do what I say.
I get
but-
+3.
Okay, that's good enough to keep the horses where you want them.
Okay.
Okay. Another thing, no roll required. As you guys are like hacking and slashing your way through this, and Trip, you notice this acutely. There doesn't seem to be any animal life around here at all, or even any trace of it. Like you would expect to kind of like look in the distance and maybe see like some cobwebs, like in windows, things like that. Nothing.
That's creepy. I'll bring it up later.
You,
I don't want to.
you know, and as you kind of realize this, you look around, you don't see any birds. You don't notice the presence of any other wildlife, just plant life.
It's very, very strange.
About how
I
much
don't
foliage
wanna-
do we have to cut through. Sorry.
Like, distract people from what, like, they're doing right now.
Okay. So after, we'll say about an hour of labor, you guys break through to kind of a more clear area, which is, you know, now you guys can see firsthand was definitely some type of lumber yard at some point. Or a lumber mill, rather.
I will immediately go in and start scouting out what looks to be the safest, most sturdy building to seek refuge in if there is.
Is
like
there
pole
a barn to put the carriage? Like, is there, like, a barn and, like, a house type thing?
I'm looking first for a pole barn, personally.
Okay. There are 3 separate structures, all of which are in various states of disrepair. The largest structure is the actual mill itself. That's like where all the chopping of the logs would happen and so on and so forth. There is a badly damaged barn, which is barely standing up, and what appears to be a small cottage or house, which is kind of, the best you can tell is it's, the 4 walls are standing, but the roof is caved in. So out of the 3, the largest looks the most secure. just on
I
cursory evaluation.
I want to go to where all the wood would be and try and find some planks.
Okay.
Is there
Um,
like a? Oh, sorry.
So you walk into the milling area, and it's empty.
Yeah, and I was gonna split from Dan Fluff and go check out the middle building, the dilapidated farm barn.
I would yell for Garrett. Garrett, what kind of sawmill has no wood?
One that goes out of business. Also, though, it's surrounded by overgrowth.
Is there like
Okay.
import export area of the lumber mill part, like where they would put the bring the cut wood to carriages or wagons?
Yeah, in the vast open area between the three buildings.
Oh,
They didn't have like a warehouse. If that's what you're asking.
A fulfillment facility and all that. So, yeah,
I've never seen a lumber mill, like an old one.
maybe bandits have raided it.
Took all
Right.
the wood.
So Joey, you said you were going to the cabin looking structure.
Yeah, you said the one that was the second largest.
Make an investigation check.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
You're not even entirely sure that you should step through the door.
Um,
It looks like it's about ready to collapse.
um. Okay, I'm not gonna mess with it right now. There are more important things to deal with. You're like, ooh, not gonna mess with that. I'll go check out the last building.
Okay. And the last one was the barn.
Yeah.
Okay. Another investigation check.
Okay.
You can tell that somebody had camped in here at some point, but you know that it's been a long time since then.
Does it look cozy?
Not particularly. There's massive holes in the roof, and the walls are kind of slanting in on one side.
Okay, well I will then run out
It's
of the
only
house.
marginally more secure looking than the cottage.
Alright, then I'll run out of the house and go to wherever everyone else is at. I just wanted to scope out those two buildings to see if maybe there's anything useful.
Nope, you didn't see anything in there except for overgrowth. It looks like
Maybe
if
I'll
there
check them
was
out more.
if there was anything worth taking, it was taken a long time ago.
Yeah, or I'll check more thoroughly at a less pressing time.
Okay.
Start unhitching the horses.
So what are the rest of you guys doing?
As soon as there was enough room to move through, I would have started leading the horses and the carriage through the opening towards the yard,
Okay. Yep.
relying on them to tell me which building to bring them into.
How sturdy does the building I'm in look?
Pretty sturdy. I mean, it's definitely the largest. The walls are made of stone. You're kind of worried that the roof, in high winds might not work out fantastic, but out of the three, it certainly looks the best.
Is it big enough where the carriage can come in?
Oh yeah, it's big enough for all of you, all the followers, the carriage, the horses. It's a pretty large building.
I'd yell for Leviathan. What's your situation look like? This one seems pretty sturdy.
Well, I checked the other buildings. One of them looked like it was about to collapse. The other one just looked kind of boring and small. This looks like the best option. How can I help?
Well, the roof looks like it might come undone, but for the
I
most part,
skipped my
it's
roofing class in Paladin school.
Is anyone here good with structural integrity?
I have fantastic personal
Dwarf?
integrity.
Nope, just moral integrity.
I mean, I know how to work a
Questionable
hammer.
moral integrity.
Cause what I'm thinking is, if it's rotted wood, I can unrot it as much as I hate it, then rot it later, out of spite.
Should we hide your followers when we do that?
Well, no, because then I can just show them how to rot stuff easier.
Nyla, how much time do we have before this storm reaches its tipping point?
I do the forecast.
Channel 2 real quick.
Green screen like pops down behind Nyla.
Roll
With
either
the map.
Trip. Roll either nature or arcana. You estimate that you've gotten about an hour before the storm hits, and it's already starting to rain.
About an hour, so...
All right. Well, let's start looking for places that are already beginning to leak. And, fix the most important ones. You only do so much.
I would tell Garrett, bring the carriage in here.
I would lead them right in, and then I would decouple the horses from the carriage in case they get spooked at any point by the storm and don't take off with our carriage. And I'd hobble them. I assume I know how to do that. I don't know how to do it IRL, but Garrett knows how to hobble a horse.
Mm-hmm. Certainly.
I'd ask the followers to help board up or whatever, try and make things more secure, and then I'd use Druidcraft if I can to make weaker spots stronger.
As you say that, they all look to Dread, who kind of starts giving them pointers. You can roll insight if you want.
Delegation.
He might have been a carpenter or an engineer or something like that in the, before he was taken.
Sweet.
So
Good looks, Dread.
I mean, like whatever he's saying is like very alien to you because that's not your forte at all. Like if you need a structure, you just grow one, right? Like all
Yeah.
that to you like doesn't. So it's all kind of Greek to you, but it seems like he's giving good direction to the rest of them, with the exception of Demise, who is kind of off in a corner by herself, and it looks like she's just kind of looking at an old saw blade and just kind of like turning it over and over in her hands. Just kind of inspecting it.
Some Leviathan's keeping an eye on his peeps. Did he notice that? A
I'll
strange
walk over and be like, what's wrong?
Okay. Make a perception check with advantage.
Oh, advantage.
Okay. She's looking down at this saw blade in her hands, and she says, This would make an incredible weapon, don't you think?" And as she says that, she looks up to you, and you notice her left eye looks like her pupil is dilated, and just a thin ring of purple replaces what was blue in her eye before. You
I'm looking at her
make
eye.
a religion roll. I'll give you advantage on it, given the nature of the deity. Yep. Looks like she is all about the Shar. As Shar's religious symbol is a black disc bordered in purple. Not an unfamiliar deity to those of the Underdark.
Yes, it would make.
And as far
a
as
good weapon.
deities go, she's not incompatible with Moander. They're similar yet different enough. So, I know that's not what you were hoping for, but...
Well, it's only the first one.
And also, you know that throwing disc, what are those called?
Chakrams?
Yes, that is the favored weapon of Shar.
Can I use, like, Shillelagh to break it out? like the saw blade out of the thing it's in?
It's not gonna be that simple.
Can I yell at them?
Well, I didn't know.
I mean, if you want.
Yeah, I'd say,
Um,
what are you doing over in the corner there? We need to get this building fortified.
I just like
Is everything all right?
we're working on it. Before we leave, we'll take it. I tell her.
Okay. She places it, just kind of next to the wall where she found it.
Oh, I thought it was like in like a wooden thing.
No,
that
it's
you
not
push
attached to
on. Oh.
anything. Like, she was holding it in her hands like a plate and just kind of flipping it over and over.
Oh,
Maybe
okay.
try
I
to
thought
bend it a
like,
little
had
bit.
to- I thought I had to like break it out of like the wooden thing that holds it. Never mind.
Okay.
I'll tell her go help the others, and I like bring the saw blade over to the carriage and like put it like in the pile of stuff on the top.
Sure. And she goes over. Dredd gives her some instruction, and he too is working. They're all working diligently on one end of the lumber mill. What are the rest of you guys doing?
I'll follow Garrett and assist him with the horses, make sure those get all squared away before...
That only takes you a few minutes. What are you doing after that? I mean, between the two of you, you guys know your way around horses well enough to make quick work of it between the two of you, is what I'm saying.
I'll look to Garrett.
Yeah, primarily fortifications. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, where do you think our efforts would be best spent?
What's the elevation of the ground we're on, Thug? Are we on the top of a rise or bottom of a bowl?
As opposed to the general terrain around you, it's kind of like foothills, kind of, not even really. Like very, very subtle variations in elevation. If you're... Basically what I'm inferring is that you're concerned about flooding, perhaps?
Yeah.
Okay, then that will just be a nature roll.
Okay.
Yeah, just a regular nature roll.
Okay, my character sheet. Jesus. Everything's fine. I'm gonna go stand in the rain and put my mouth open like this and get some water.
I'll roll one as well, if you allow it.
Well, that depends. Are you voicing your concerns about this at all? Or
I mean, I'm assisting Garrett. I'm essentially following his lead, and I see his concerns, and that makes it my concern.
I was just gonna make a decision that if we were at the bottom of a slope or something like that, I would, shore up the walls that face that slope so that water would go around us. Otherwise, if I can't tell or there isn't one worry there, I'd worry about the roof and or doors.
then in that case, Rebiathan, I would like for you to make a history as opposed to a nature roll.
Gotcha.
I will give you advantage.
Ooh. Nice.
Okay, that's good enough. You remember seeing around the backside of the barn what might have been the remains of an old well, and that could potentially give you an idea of, if the water level is higher up, then you might want to be concerned. If it's a bit lower, then probably not something you really need to worry about.
Well, I'll tell
At least give you kind of some idea of where your elevation is at, as opposed to like the water table and things like that.
Garrett, there's a well around back. Follow me, let's go check it out. Find out if we have flooding to worry about.
Alright. Seems like a safe bet. Go check out the well.
Okay. Do either of you have dark vision?
Nope, I don't.
Okay. Then perception checks with disadvantage.
I hate not having dark vision.
Neither of you see water, so
Do I see a rock nearby?
sure. Oops.
I would grab a rock and drop it in and see if I can estimate how far down it is. I want a visual.
Make an
confirmation.
intelligence roll.
Oh,
Oh, it's got to be at least 50 feet down.
that is one deep ass well. I have no idea what that means. You got water?
But you do hear like a bloop.
All right, so then I would concern myself with any weak spots in the walls and the roof.
Yeah, I'll assist with those and tell Garrett that when the storm hits its worst, I'm gonna stay by the horses in case one of them gets struck by debris, so I can cast Cure Wounds. We don't want to lose our horses.
Okay. So there was no planks or any raw materials left in well, really in any of these structures. So basically what your followers have been doing is kind of like cannibalizing what pieces of equipment are left and tearing those down and using them to reinforce things. Seems like, but with the tutelage and knowledge that Dread is, imparting on them, that they're working well as a team together and they're getting some good work done. But what are the rest of you guys going to use for raw materials to, like, how exactly are you going to reinforce the walls? The doors are long gone; they've rotted off the hinges.
Let's break down that tiny cottage that's already on its way over.
I will agree and follow that plan.
Battle axes and warhammers, we can start knocking shit off of that to use.
And like we'll do like synchronized strikes too, like let's do some efficient demolition.
Okay. Ewok, are you going to be assisting them with this?
Yes, I will probably would.
Okay. Then Ewok, I would like for you to make nature roll. That's awesome. Next, since the three of you are working on this, Buckle and Joey, each of you roll a D100 and I'll take the higher roll.
I really hope that I get a higher roll.
I'm expecting you to get a 5. Oh,
Nice.
okay.
Well, it's higher, all right.
Man, our paladin chakras are already sinking.
All right. So the good news is that Danderfluff was kind of able to, as you're walking up, kind of give an ocular pat down of the situation, look at the structure, and be like, all right, well, if we knock down this corner, basically you found the quickest and most efficient way to knock this structure down while also preserving as much usable material as possible.
All right, I will approach them, taking my hard hat out and
What up,
taking
Benzyme?
out some plans and unfolding them and pointing in which directions they should start hitting.
I'll follow Danderpuff's lead.
All right. The bad news is it takes you guys an awful long time to get this done, and by the time
make
you
up
have
that
finished
next-
breaking down the structure, the wind is now whipping, the trees groaning, and you begin to hear the nearby strikes of lightning. It looks like the storm is nearly upon you.
While they're cutting down the building, this is up to you, because it's wood. I don't know if I can use Druidcraft to make things stronger or weaker because it's wood. But if I can't do that, I was gonna look and gather like resin or something so they could like glue things. Since I might not have nails.
I hope that.
Yeah, that's not really under the purview of Druidcraft. It's just not one of the. It's not even close to any of the things that are listed.
The regrowing thing?
Yeah.
Okay. Could I gather resin from a tree using it or something? So there's a sticky substance we can use to do repairs with? Like put it on the roof to waterproof it?
The amount of time that you would have to spend doing that as opposed to how much you would actually get would not be. It wouldn't be worth your time. You wouldn't nearly be able to gather enough and waterproof enough in time to make it worth. It just wouldn't be an effective use of your time. And you would know that.
Could I grow mushrooms over holes in the roof?
Sure, I'll allow that.
Okay, I do that.
Okay. Make an Arcana check. Okay. You're doing a pretty good job. You're creating these very, wide cap mushrooms to act as umbrellas, basically. And it looks like you're layering them in a way kind of like shingles, so that, the rain should just kind of run off and then onto the roof and then not drip in. Assuming, of course, that the wind doesn't just blow them away, which it very well might. But
It
it's
just blows
something.
the roof off.
I will also, if I can, I don't know how long it takes us to finish cutting down the mill, but if I feel like I got 10 minutes to summon my steed, I want to try to do that. But I probably wouldn't have time. Never mind. I just really want to summon my steed. If he finds a downtime that looks like it's going to last about 10 minutes, he's going to try to do it.
After that, I'd mostly be focused on keeping the horses calm.
Okay.
I want
So
them-
you're paying attention to the horses as the storm sweeps in. Dread walks up to you and says, "I believe we might have a problem."
What's that?
He points up to the roof and basically shows in several areas where the beams have kind of like rotted away and are no longer attached to the stone walls. And he says, "We're gonna need to anchor it down somehow, or that roof is gonna act like a sail and topple this entire structure."
I'm also
Garrett, Leviathan,
Yes.
Dread said we gotta anchor the roof down.
Well, only idea I have, I reach my bag of holding, pull out my last potion of growth. Maybe I can grow big and just kind of hold the ceiling together.
Or we could go get some logs. I've got rope.
You have
I've got
time
my
to get lost.
grappling
The
hook.
storm is kicking up, Dandelion.
I just start pulling out the rope from my bag.
I mean, Leviathan does have a point as you kind of all look outside, and Danderfluff, like, even with your strength, you would probably be knocked off your feet by the wind quickly.
And the whole idea of this does sound pretty cool to Leviathan too. So
It does sound really cool, but I don't know how long the storm will last.
hopefully not several hours.
Oh, I thought it was like 10-minute potion.
It's 1d4 hours.
Oh, okay.
So yeah,
That'll
that's,
give us time.
that's kind of up to you. Do you want to take the potion now, or do you want to wait and see if things get worse?
I'm gonna chug the potion now,
Okay, roll your d4.
just because I feel like no matter what, it's gonna be helpful for something during the storm. 1 hour.
That gives us an hour to figure out how to fix or help anchor it.
Okay,
That's
so
fair.
how does your... I know you increased to large size, obviously, but what's the actual dimension change?
The target size doubles in all dimensions, and its weight is multiplied by 8.
Okay, so you're still going to need to use a rope or something like that to hold this down, because you're not tall enough to simply reach up and grab it.
Yeah, how tall is this the ceiling?
About 25 feet.
Okay. Yeah. Is it a flat ceiling, or is it cathedral-like or tapered in?
It's A-frame.
Okay, A-frame. So I'll get to like the lowest part of the A-frame, I guess, or wherever I'm needed. Start tying ropes and ready to hold the door.
All right, Serafina, what are you doing with all this going on?
Don't really know how I can help. I'm not exactly a construction type, so I probably wouldn't be able to help much fortifying this. So, I would pray to Moander that we don't all die in the storm. Or not Moander. Wow, Asmodeus. You keep saying Moander so many times that now my brain's not working.
All right, make a religion
I'd be
roll.
like, hey, Asmodeus, if we could survive this, that'd be great, thanks.
You receive no meaningful reply.
I'm glad Asmodeus decided
Okay,
not.
thanks.
He's got
I'm-
other shit to do.
I'm going to get that wand of web ready for when he gets small and just use a bunch of it to web, maybe hold it down like glue.
Yeah, like Spider-Man style.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
So then that's another backup plan.
So, Rebiathan, you've grown large. I'm assuming somebody's tossed you a rope, which you can easily kind of whip over one of the beams and kind of just hold on to both ends of the rope and just kind of use your own body weight to anchor it down. You do feel the wind tugging at it, though. Like, you know that, A, this storm is probably going to last longer than an hour. And B, when that happens, you're going to shrink and may go flying, sailing off into the distance with this roof if you don't let go of the rope. Like, it's that kind of strong pull, just, you know, wind's just finding the gaps and setting its hooks into it.
I feel like I'm gonna also, if I can stack the potion effects, I'll drink my potion of Hill Giant Strength as well, just for the extra strength. It doesn't even increase my. It'll change my strength score to 21 for 1 hour.
Okay.
Just an increase.
So yeah, that helps you hold it steady. So you can still feel the tug of it, but you're keeping it from moving, which is good.
Yeah, and I'm
Because
like
the more banging around this thing it does is much more likely that it's going to cause damage to the whole structure overall.
like trying to carry in every single bag of groceries after a big grocery shop. That's kind of my position at the moment.
Yep, pretty much. So, you essentially know that you have 1 hour to figure out some way to keep this roof from flying off.
And I will convey that to the group.
So, clock's ticking. What do you guys do? Trip, you've got your hands full with the horses. They are freaking out.
Yeah,
Serafina,
smell your
take
body
this and
parts?
wand
Just,
of
just
web.
put some vinegar on it.
Spider-Man the shit out of it.
Can I use it?
Nope. They're attunement.
Thank you very much, Benzyme, for the $19.82. Says, pick up a chance card, gain some foreign money made out of snake venom and Vegemite. Thank you. It's like a Monopoly reference, right? That's what I'm gathering. But thank you very much, Benzyme. Let's get some love up in chat, or some champs of various types if you can. I know most of you don't have the paywall emotes, unfortunately, but as soon as I get partner, I will put those down into the standard stable for all sub usage.
Pay to emote.
Yeah, I mean, like, I really appreciate the people who do go for the higher tiers, because that's super duper cool, but like as a broadcaster it makes me feel like I wish I didn't have to paywall emotes, dude. That sucks. That hurts
Sort of
my
entices
heart.
you to work to get to the next level, though.
That's true. It's definitely kind of a carrot and a stick type scenario.
That's
Um,
fun.
But yes, thank you very much, dude. Good looks, Benzyme. Good looks. Bumping that goat bar up, even though we're pretty deep in the month. I don't think we're gonna end up filling it this month, boys. It's been kind of a slow month. I've missed some streams too. There's been a lot going on, changes. Shit happens.
Summer's kind of slow.
Well, it's that time of summer too where everybody's getting back to school, so they got to pay for books and laptops and this and that and the other fucking thing, and you know, it's an expensive time of year. I get that. So really, Benzyme, I appreciate that a lot, dude. You know, especially because of the time of year. Really, really helps me out a lot. So let's see. Where were we leaving off? We've got Leviathan anchoring down the roof.
I have 1 hour, and I am going to pray to Lathander to, I say, Lathander, please don't let me disappoint my friends. I must succeed. Help me, please.
Roll religion with advantage. I'm giving you advantage based off of your previous, kind of, holy shit, Lathander's listening to me moment that you had earlier with the beam of light. Well, at this point, it would have been the previous day, but still, it's got to be fresh in your mind.
Oh yeah, he'll be buzzing about that for at least a week.
And like, also considering where you are, you haven't seen the sunlight since you've been here. That's a huge deal.
Center of the action.
That's a huge deal. All right, so a 19 with religion. Roll another d4. You can feel your body suddenly become more and more dense, and like the ropes in your hands are just growing more and more taut. And you get a feeling that you just feel this strength of athleticism kind of pushing that potion to its absolute limits. You're pretty sure it's going to last a lot longer now, which is definitely going to help a lot. Because if any kind of repairs are going to be made where they're actually going up and lashing down ropes or whatever it is, however it is that they determine that they're going to secure the roof in place, you've just bought them a whole lot of time just by something as simple as asking a favor from your dude. Sometimes it works out, other times, Ammo, it doesn't. Maybe Asmodeus is busy right now. You got his voicemail. He hit the fuck you. Actually, with an 8, he fuck you buttoned you. It rang twice and then went to voicemail.
I feel like Asmodeus would use a call center to handle his prayers, like any prayer request.
Like a 1920s call center where it's like you unplug the thing.
Oh shit, what's up? What up, Classy Packs? Coming in with a big ol' host. Let's get some love up in chat from my man Classy. What's up, brother? Very good to see you. If you guys don't already follow Classy Packs, seriously do yourselves a favor. Intensely. Like, I'm talking has me in tears sometimes. Intensely funny man. Like, he just... I don't know, that maybe that's just my sense of humor, but he's got a direct line to my funny bone, and he plucks on it hard. I'm into it.
Thank you, Classy.
So, yep, I do the same thing when I finish a broadcast. I'm like, I don't want to talk to anybody. So, yep. Gotcha, bro. Gotcha. Much love for you, Classy. Much love, dude.
Get a room.
Good to see you. And, pretty well known at this point for, Grand Theft Auto RP. Crushes it with his characters. Love it. But yeah, definitely very, very entertaining guy, and I think everybody here agrees, so.
Gee, shit.
Yeah.
Sorry.
What are you fucking up, Uncle?
I'm actually part of an anti-Classy Packs Facebook group.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it right now.
So you and your alt account are the only members?
Yeah, I made the group. No one else has joined.
Right. Who would dare? Who would dare? All right. So, you've absolutely got your hands full. Like, even with this, renewed strength and vigor, you kind of have to concentrate to keep the correct amount of pressure on the rope because you don't want to pull too hard and snap the rope. You want to keep it just taut enough that the wind's not able to kind of catch it and, slam it up and down and possibly collapse the walls. So that's going to take the you know, all of your concentration. If you have to do anything else, I might have to make you make a concentration check or something similar to that.
Until he needs to do something else, that is what he's going to be fully concentrating on.
But yeah, so what are you guys going to be doing to, like, basically, how are you going to fix this?
Pass the rope up to Leviathan to go through the framing up top, and then I think maybe bind it to the carriage. The carriage is probably pretty heavy, and then listen, if the roof gets ripped off anyway, the carriage is gonna be.
I'm not gonna make you roll for that, but you could just tell that, like, the size of the roof more than anything. Maybe if a chunk of it breaks, then the carriage will be able to hold it down, but if the whole roof goes, that carriage is just gonna get flung. Like, it just does not have nearly enough weight to hold it down. I mean, it's heavy, it's big, but compared to the entire roof...
I guess we just wrap it around Leviathan's mom then. That'll solve it.
Leviathan's mom?
Yeah.
What's that?
She's that blimp that flies over the GTA.
I know you're insulting me in some way, but I can't figure out how. I feel like an idiot.
Alright.
So not the carriage then, huh?
So you scoop it between my legs, and I'll kind of like put it between my ankles, like a gentle squeeze, hold it in place.
During times like these, I would urge the characters to look closely at their spells and items at their disposal. Sometimes you can get really creative in situations like this.
I pull out the 2 tiny cups on a rectangle.
Okay.
And then put it back in my bag.
Okay.
I'll say I have oil of slipperiness.
That seems like it would exacerbate the problem.
So it's
know that I have it.
So it's a. Is it a piece of metal that's broken, Bog?
Well, metal rusted and wood rotted, kind of a combination of the two. So essentially, you have to figure out, basically the problem is, how do you now reattach the roof to the actual structure as securely as possible?
Is there sort of welding that could be done with heat metal to attach it?
I would say that heat metal probably gets things hot. What's the actual phrasing? Like, it glows white hot?
Yeah. Something like that.
Give me the actual phrasing, and then I'll give you a ruling on it.
You cause the object to glow red hot. Any creature
red hot, yeah. So I would say that would increase the malleability of metal, but it wouldn't quite be on the same level as like welding. That's kind of different.
Okay. Not to go back.
Because welding,
to
you're
that,
actually like melting something.
We don't have a movable rod in this group, do we?
I'm fresh out of those.
Damn it.
You guys are relying too hard on the immovable rods.
Give it a stuff that gets stopped by an immovable rod.
I've got this fix-a-flat in my nose.
What's that good for?
500 pounds of rope. We'll hold it down.
I say, whatever we find to be most valuable, put that beneath me. And if things go way too south, I'll do what I can to use my body to protect those items. Anything that needs to be saved, I don't know. I think we just...
I can cast web to help.
How long does web
I
last?
didn't yet. It lasts. I think it was an hour up to up to an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, up to 1 hour.
Alright, so web's cast from the wand would last an hour.
And I can also cast web myself.
True, but will only last an hour, so...
Yeah, but I can cast it 3 times.
You're gonna need a little bit... That could provide kind of a stopgap, maybe emergency, but it's not gonna... That's not what you're looking for. You need, like, a physical means to hold this in place.
We can just put large Leviathan on top of it. He just sits on it.
Well, you also got to consider he's much heavier. There's a gamble there.
Yeah, I feel like I would collapse the roof. Well, I mean, right now I'm being used as an anchor. I'm out of ideas. My
Yeah,
breath
and
weapon.
I'm not keeping you guys to any kind of rush. You do have some time to talk amongst yourselves and figure out a solution.
I do have my my acid breath. You know, maybe that wouldn't help at all.
I can hammer in some pythons between the roof and the frame. I only have 4 left.
Those would
How
certainly
might-
be very useful for securing the beam to the actual structure. If you were, but you still kind of need that. What do you fill that rough like foot or so space with to provide the extra length? The part that's rotted away from the edge.
I have a suggestion. How about we just don't worry about it and just deal with whatever problems happen? It doesn't look like we're gonna be able to rebuild a roof right now. Before things get too bad, we might be stuck here. We might have done the best we could. It's just
What if that roof goes where it's
I'm-
supposed and
I
it could
immediately
collapse the
ignore that.
building?
Well, I don't. Will crossbow bolts go through it?
Go through what?
Like to just kind of pin it down?
Depends
So-
on how hard you hit them.
To narrow this down, we're looking for something to bridge the gap between the roof and the frame, which is about a foot wide, correct?
About that.
So we just need something to fill that.
that web is a 20-foot cube. I feel like
I've got my tent.
I also have a tent, so you reminded me earlier. This carriage has doors, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I immediately pull out my hand axe and start ripping off one of the doors of the carriage.
Okay.
With no concern for Serafina's opinions on that.
Okay. Simple enough. You open the door, whack, whack, knock it off the hinges.
And now we need to get it up there.
I can help with that.
I hand it to Leviathan.
Well,
can
Leviathan's
fix it
holding the
later.
rope, both
I
hands,
got
so
the-
somebody else is gonna have to get up there.
I can
Climb on
climb
me.
the rope.
Somebody climb on my shoulders.
Yeah, Dannerfluff. I think you're probably the most nimble out of all of us.
I've got lots of good
Well,
things to
nimble
grab.
and strong. It's a nice dovetail, right?
Not graceful.
That's all right. We don't need graceful. We just need results.
I need graceful.
If we get through
Don't
this
be
alive,
afraid.
we'll buy some ballet shoes.
Don't be afraid to really dig in there and grab good handholds. I can take it. Get your ass up here. There's a lot of good grips.
Okay.
to have.
Oh, that's gonna happen.
I'm ready.
Pythons. If we don't have a hammer, I'll give you my hand axe. It's one of those ones that has the hammer on the back of it. And then the door.
Yep, and kind of using like relay style, you can pass all of this up to him. I'm not gonna make you roll to climb the rope.
As I'm climbing up Leviathan, though, I want to make sure that my feet dig properly into his sides and his shoulders when I'm climbing up.
Roll medicine. Oh, you hit quite a few pressure points on the way up. Might cause a giggle or squeak, I don't know.
Do you make me have to make a save? Concentration?
As I'm climbing up, it's for raising your voice at me earlier.
Fair enough.
And then I would start climbing.
You didn't
Okay.
share your tent with me though.
So you get up to the rafters and kind of straddle it. Now, what are people handing you first?
Pythons, she could probably take up, like, in
Yeah,
a belt or something, right?
I'm assuming you're carrying the pythons.
So then the door, and we'll hammer the door into place.
Using the pythons?
Yes. Like, 2 into the frame in the door, and 2 into the door into the roof. I don't know. I'm not a carpenter. What am I, Jesus?
Ask
Uh,
Dread.
Dredd says that should work, and he kind of gives you some pointers on where to put the pythons for kind of like the best results.
All right.
So whether you follow his lead or not is up to you.
I would follow his lead.
Okay. So then I just need you to make an athletics check.
Can oh no, never mind. I can't cast spells.
Yes. Fucking Jesus.
With some carefully well-aimed strikes, you use your hand axe or hammer or whatever it is to deftly pound these pythons into place, thus creating kind of you're putting it in a manner that even if part of it kind of starts to buckle, the whole thing won't rip off.
That's some damn fine work you just did there, Dandelion. Good work.
And give me
1980s.
a nature roll with advantage. If you put the other door on there, you're pretty sure this would be a done deal.
Yeah, that's Leviathan's next word out of his mouth is get the other door.
Drop me down my hand axe. Well, I may not even need it. Can I rip it off?
Well, I'm sure somebody's got something you can use.
Fair enough. All right, so just oh, the door goes up.
All right, door goes
I
up.
hammered it.
I'll let the same athletics roll over. You're kind of much more comfortable doing this now. You hammer the door into the place on the other side of the beam, and now it's kind of sandwiched between two. So,
Okay.
Leviathan, do you let go at this point? Like after Danderfluff is finished, or do you wait for Danderfluff to climb down first?
Let go of what specifically?
The rope.
The rope? No, I will wait for Dandelion to climb down.
Okay.
I want to climb halfway down. I'm going to try and fix the hero landing, and I want to backflip off of the rope.
Okay. Acrobatics. Roll a d6. Alright. You take 2 points of bludgeoning damage as you try to backflip, but kind of land more on your face and chest. You didn't get enough rotation. So you kind of belly flopped it.
I help her up. Just kind of dust her off.
I probably can't bend my neck at an angle to even see that, so I don't notice.
I'm just going to walk away like nothing happened.
Yep, wouldn't even comment on it. Just like, good job with the roof. Well done.
Okay, so Leviathan, do you let go?
I'll ask, like, should I let go of this rope now or keep holding on to it?
I've got a grapple hook. We could attach that, and we could tie it down to something.
Give a little, see if it's gonna buckle, and then pull back down if it starts to leave.
Yeah, I'll test it. Do a stress test.
Okay.
Maybe someone with... Wait, oh wait, he doesn't have, like, super strength, right?
No.
Okay.
Well,
He
I
has
have strength
advantage
24.
on strength checks, but it doesn't actually increase his strength at all. Just gives him bulk. Alright, so you let go? Or, well, kind
I
of
mean, I don't
slowly.
let go. I give it a little bit of give, just to see and kind of test its structural integrity. We'll stress test,
Okay.
but I won't completely let go.
Give me an investigation check.
Leviathan has 2 stats that are 9. That's a lot of -1s. There's a lot of rolls.
You keep holding on to the rope because you're convinced that it's not nearly well secured enough.
You know, I'm going to hold on to the rope. I'm going to be like, I don't know if this is going to hold. We might have to come up with a plan in case this shit caves in. It looks great on the outside, but they don't make doors like they used to. I think.
All right, just keep holding on to that then.
I'm not going to let go.
Good to know.
Don't
Can
let
I-
go, Jack.
And I kind of just climb up into the carriage and put my feet up for a little while. It's been a long day.
Okay.
While Seraphina's in there reading her book, drinking blood wine.
Yeah, she's been very helpful.
Were you in there the whole time? I'm ripping the doors off.
Yeah, I wasn't inside.
Just like, Sorry.
All right,
But I am glaring at you for
Weatherbird,
destroying my
I need you to roll a
expensive new
D100.
thing. Oh boy, here we go.
Okay. The storm continues to gather in intensity, albeit very, very gradually. But now it's like you're talking like hurricane force winds outside. Like you're seeing trees getting toppled over. There's no door on this structure, so obviously all of you can kind of see outside to some degree. And it's just almost no visibility because there's so much rain and wind. That you're kind of barely seeing trees like topple in the distance.
Sort of beautiful in a chaotic sort of way.
When suddenly, boom! Lightning hits nearby. Trip. Make a animal handling check. They start bucking and freaking out. They are trying to get the fuck out of there.
Whoa, 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 calm down. Yeah.
Deck save.
Garrett.
You get +2 to it.
Okay, you narrowly avoid being like smashed by hooves as these two horses start rearing up and they're panicked. They got spooked.
Can a hobbled horse rear?
I'll
I'll just assume I did a shitty job hobbling.
I'm not I don't know enough about horses to know the actual physics of like how a hobble works. Like I don't know if it attaches the front legs to the back legs or if it's just front and then back. I guess that would be the main consideration, but regardless, it didn't hit him anyway. But good question for future reference.
Yeah, I imagine an animal that's been hobbled would have difficulty, like, rearing up.
I don't know what hobbled means.
The main thing is it ties two of his legs together so it can walk but not run. But I don't know much beyond that.
Yeah, it's to fasten together the legs of an animal, such as a horse, to prevent straying. I had to Google it. I didn't know.
I just googled can a panicked horse rear or a hobbled horse rear, and I didn't get a good answer.
Yeah,
Alright,
so they kind of try to rear, but like you don't get your foot smashed basically, as they're stomping and plodding and trying to get away.
Okay.
Can I try and calm him down again and be like, knock it off! And like stomp my staff?
Are you
Like-
proficient in intimidation?
Okay, no, can I try and soothe them again?
Animal handling.
Buttercups and daisies.
Okay. It takes you a few minutes, but you kind of get them to calm down a little bit.
Oh, Nelly. I don't know why that's the thing.
I'm gonna start singing songs to myself. I don't know what kind of songs Leviathan would have learned growing up where he grew up, but he's gonna start singing.
Roll performance.
Nice. Would he know like a shanty or like a song that like most people generally know? It's like a.
I don't know. Where are you from? That type of thing.
I'm
It's all
from
kind of regional.
that shitty city we just got away from. I lived there my entire life. But I want to play something recognizable. I want to sing something recognizable if I can.
Well, recognizable to you, but probably not to everybody else. Maybe some of the followers might recognize it, but you do a pretty good job singing. You don't sing off key or anything like that. It's nothing to write home about, but it's your standard, if you were singing in a tavern just merrily.
It's nervous singing. It's for me, not for them. But I'm gonna keep singing.
Oh, where the wind blows.
Like where the weather outside is frightful,
Okay,
He's like singing
so-
Christmas
and
music.
this patch job is So frightful.
At this point, I think this would be a good time for us to take our break. Do you guys agree? All right. So it is here that we are going to take a short bio break. Get up, stretch your legs, guys, if you need to use the bathroom, stuff like that. Grab a drink. We will be right back, and of course I will put on some tunes for you while we are away. So stick around, and we will be back with more D&D in just a few minutes.
For man holds in his mortal hands the power to abolish all forms of human poverty and all forms of human life. And yet the same revolutionary beliefs for which our forebears fought are still an issue around the globe. The belief that the rights of man come not from the generosity of the state, but from the hand of God.
Alright, what up, guys? We are just about ready to continue. So once again, thank you very much, guys, for those raids. Jam, Classy, you guys are fucking amazing. Thanks to everybody who came by and followed and is just, you know, kind of hanging out and checking out my channel now. I really appreciate that. So, thanks for being here and investing your time in my channel. And, oh, awesome. Well, you are an interesting pickle, after all. And you have a terribly interesting name. So I think you might have found a home here. Scooch over, guys. Make room. Alright, so I think we're just about ready to continue. Let me confer with these goobers, and we will be right back. Alright, cool. We are back. Thank you guys for holding. So just give me one moment to get the stage set. And... And again, like, the audio for this is great. Like, tabletop audio does great, like, natural background noise. Fucking love their stuff. But keep in mind that the actual storm is much more intense than this. It's, like, nearly constant lightning. So, Trip, you're basically, like, the bulk of your time, like, 95% of it, you're just keeping these horses under control. At this point, no roll required. You'd think that it might be prudent to try and, like, shield them as much as possible from all this stimuli. Either, you know, like horses tend to be calmer when they have, like, blinders or maybe a hood put over them or something like that. I mean, that's true, correct? I'm not just making this shit up. I honestly don't know a whole lot about horse behavior, to be honest with you, but I'm pretty sure, like...
blinders on the side of them so that they don't get spooked by things in the peripheral.
Like the bright, it might allay like the bright flashes of lightning coming from outside, or, you know, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, granted, just putting like a bag over a horse's head is going to probably startle it more than it calms it, but, you know.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily do that. Don't go sticking your horse in your bag of holding.
Focusing its sight. Something less.
Yeah, I'll mention it and ask one of the followers to get something I could use as blinders.
And, like, even beyond that, like, maybe take the tents and kind of make a tarp over them. That type of thing.
Yeah, I'll be, like, focusing
because you did
on
roll
the
an
horses, but
18, so it's
talking.
kind of like as you're calming them down, like, you could get them to, like, lay down if you wanted to. You know, like, get down on their little... shoulder, elbow things, I don't know, haunches.
Yeah, I'll try and do that and be like, Dangerfluff, set your tent up over them.
How come you and Dingo never do that, Buckle? How come you never let Dingo sit on your lap and give you kisses?
My dog is the adult with self-respect.
Doesn't want to be seen dead with you.
He likes to pick the time and place for snuggling.
Yeah,
so usually in the
self-respect, but doesn't respect you.
Damn, Porsche.
Won't even cuddle in your lap.
No, he's not. If I sit on the couch, climb up or sit right next to me, but not in a chair.
Yeah, it would look like a pain to get in the Buckle's lap on that chair.
Yeah, I think my chair's a bit wider than yours is.
A bit more
Either way, he's
forgiving.
just on a chair.
Bit
And
more
your dog's
forgiving to
bigger than
cuddles.
mine is too.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah,
Alright.
Blue only weighs like 22 pounds or so.
Oh, then Dingo's twice as high. His weight, yeah.
Blue's a terrier, yeah, she's not as big.
So,
Seems light.
So Joey, give me another investigation check as the
Got it,
storm
boss.
continues to rage and gather in intensity. Yeah, you're convinced that you need to hold on to this rope.
Yeah, this is my life's purpose right now.
Yep. So all of your energy going into that. What is everybody else doing? Are any of you guys like trying to look at outside at all, or are you more concerned with like taking shelter?
Just hanging out inside. We can see outside, like you said, so there's not much really to go looking at.
And it is starting to get dark. So if you guys want to try and light a fire, you're certainly able to do so. Obviously, you know, you've got enough time you can figure out where exactly in the structure to best place it in terms of like both safety and also like shielded from the wind.
Yeah, I'll just ask someone to help, like, get something to blind those horses with.
Okay, what are you using?
I think that'd be kind of hard to rig up.
I don't know, just like a piece of cloth, like put it around their eyes, like a blindfold. Maybe instead of like go behind their head, like
Well, there's a big difference between blindfolding the horse and putting blinders on the horse.
Right.
Blinders just cut out like the side vision, allow them to just look straight forward. Blindfolding it would blind entirely.
Right, and might spook.
Yeah, like, yeah.
You know, like kind of how like just a cat freaks out if you put something on the top of its head. It's like just doesn't know how to compute.
I'll ask Standerfluff to tinker up something.
Making blinders.
You could pretty easily using that rectangle with two cups. If you were to break it up into its component parts, you could certainly use that to create two pairs of blinders.
I would do that.
Okay. Just make me a roll with your tinker's tools.
Not the cups, no.
And you get a bonus on that, right? Like, don't you get to add like double your proficiency or something like that?
It's whatever you said you would change the DC for the fine tinker's tool.
Oh, okay. Right. Yep. Yeah, I mean, it takes you a little while. It's a bit distracting to have all this fucking mayhem happening outside, so it takes you a little bit longer than usual, but you get a working couple pairs of blinders.
I'll hand them to. Now, here you go.
I'll just start attaching them.
Yep. No roll required because you've got a high enough bonus to your animal handling. You can kind of pick the right time for each individual horse. You know, you kind of got to pick the moment. They're very temperamental, especially when so much is happening. And also at this point, the followers have kind of taken their own initiative to kind of move the actual carriage themselves. So that it's kind of creating a barrier around both the group and the horses. Because I'm assuming you guys are mostly huddled into one area of the building as opposed to
Yeah.
spread out. So that way you can kind of use what little materials and stuff that you do have to kind of block most of the wind, create a small fire if you want to. Is that something that you're doing?
Small, well, I have no say.
Because it's probably going to be something that you want to do, A, for warmth, B, help kind of dry out a bit, and C, provide illumination to those of you who don't have dark vision.
Yeah, that's something I would want as a small fire. Oh.
Okay. No rolls required. It's easy enough for you guys working together to get a fire built. Alright, and it is now night time.
Now, how long has it been since I drank this potions? I think Lathander bought me some time, but I don't have more than 2 hours, I'd say.
It's been well over an hour, so
It's been about 2
Right.
hours.
did something.
How long has it been? One exact number. Please.
Sky God.
I don't know. You can guess.
Are you thinking maybe it's been more than 2 hours or between 1 and 2?
You can guess.
I wouldn't even hazard a guess because Leviathan is so focused on his thing.
Just
Okay.
look
I'm
to
gonna
your
lick
top right
the.
corner.
I'm gonna lick my finger, put it in the air, and say that it's 9 p.m.
Yeah, but then what time did it? What time is it? What does that mean? When did I drink the potions, though?
Are you having a stroke, Leviathan?
I'm kind of concentrating on a lot right now, and I just want to know how long it's been since I drank the potions.
I
Why
say
are
to
you
the
still
horse.
holding the rope?
Didn't they fix the ceiling? I'm just talking to the horses as if they can understand.
I'm still
They
hoping.
might be able to.
They're not vermin.
We know how to rest for exactly 8 hours, but he doesn't know how long it's been since he drank a potion.
Well, I mean, there's been a lot going on.
You guys might. I rolled 2 zeros.
Some
on my
people have a
dice.
much better sense of the passage of time than others.
Don't all volunteer at once.
I mean, I'm not saying that it's an especially hard guess, but it's still a guess. You guys don't have watches, you know?
I didn't drink the potion, so I don't know how long it was that you drank it.
Can I roll nature to take a guess?
No, it'd just be an intelligence
No.
roll.
Okay.
You determine that it's been more or less 2 hours. I almost said more or less exactly and then realized what a contradictory statement that would have been. But within a 20-minute, say, give or take, 10 minutes on either side, you figure it's been about 2 hours.
It's been about 2 hours.
All right, well, this is gonna wear out any time now. Like I said, Lathander bought me some time, but don't know how much. This can fade at any minute. And as far as I know, I'm anchoring a lot of this roof together.
I mean, I thought I kind of fixed it. You might be able to let go.
But then why do I have all these ropes attached to me? I'm still anchoring stuff, right?
I don't think so.
Look, no, I tried to let go of that rope, and I dare not trust the powers of evil. And their
You know what?
influence.
You're right. I
Why risk
think if you let go, we all might fly away. So
I mean, you
you
see how-
can't let go.
crazy as I'm going out? No way. Mm-mm.
Don't let
We're
go.
we're all just like, it looks good.
When
And
this-
he's just like, I got this. He's like,
better
and we're all
hope
just
that,
like sitting around. He's like, what are you doing?
I'm pretty sure I'm being useful. All right. Cook me
Well,
up
you're
a-
not hurting.
Can I have are you making food? Is that a fire I see over there?
You're
do we have
only
to
10
eat?
feet taller. It's clearly a fire.
I'm making conversation, trying to get us through the times. Come on now.
Is that a
What do we have
fire?
to-
As he says
Staring
that, I
at the
snuff
fire.
the
Is that a
out with
fire?
Druid. He goes, is that a fire? I snuff it out with Druidcraft and go, no. And then I turn it back on.
Well, fine. If you want to sit in silence during the storm and just panic yourselves, go for it.
I'm not feeling too much.
I'm not panicked.
Well, I'm kind of having a panic attack here, so I'm just gonna keep talking.
Can I use animal handling to calm him down? Because he's a lizard.
No.
Oh,
But you can
racist.
attempt persuasion,
okay.
like a normal human being trip.
I'm a drow. Thank you very much.
Well,
Do I roll? Do I contest that?
You can if you want. It'd just be charisma.
No. Honestly, hearing any encouraging words from anybody in this group would be gangbusters for Leviathan. So
Yeah, I'm just trying to calm
Especially
him
now.
down.
So, yeah, you know that it's been about 2 hours and you're still large, so... You can keep
Well-
holding the rope or you can let it go. It's up to you.
I'm gonna keep holding the rope until the enchantment fades. Because I feel like that's what Lathander gave me the extra time to do, so that's what I'm gonna use it.
Okay, and are you kind of keeping an eye on that too? Like, once I feel myself shrinking, I'll let go of the rope?
Yes.
Okay.
Meanwhile, I'll be next to the fire and I'll just be like eating some rations and then like hand Danderfluff some as we just stare up at.
How's the rest of the building holding up?
I mean, pretty good. It's
wall's
still
gone.
here.
We turn around and like the wall's gone.
Well, most of the mushrooms that Trip had created to patch holes in the roof are gone now. Like, the bulk of them have kind of been blown away by the wind. A few of them remain, so there's parts where there's water dripping through, but it's not really, like, accumulating.
Man, all those
It's not like the
flowers-
floor is flooding or anything like that.
All those flowers that you planted in the roof, Nyloth, appear to be gone. I could not tether those to the ground.
They were mushrooms.
Hey, what's
I
up,
didn't
PK?
think-
How you
Oh,
doing,
they look
buddy?
very pretty.
Yeah, they're like umbrellas. Some of them, at least. In either way, the spores have been spread, and they'll go on to make little other baby mushrooms, and that's good too. So it's a win-win.
That sounds like a plague to me.
Leviathan,
Yes.
make a perception check. With your higher perspective.
Okay.
Okay. You saw a flash of lightning, like, light up the sky, and for the briefest of moments, you're convinced that you saw an angry face in one of the thunderheads, like, churning overhead.
And I
Like,
use
as,
my divine
you just
focus.
happened to, like,
Starfather.
look up as a lightning flashed and lit up the sky, and you just, for the brief, as long as the lightning lasted, you saw this face, and now back to darkness.
Yeah, can I do a divine sense as soon as I see that? Or like in reaction to that?
Yep.
Yeah, so do you know the ranges on that?
So you're using Divine Sense?
Yeah, that would just be like my immediate trigger reaction.
Okay. Make a concentration check. So, con save.
Oh, damn, that's fine.
You immediately let go of the rope and just kind of like put both of your hands on your head and start reeling as like you just get this overwhelming sense of evil from all around you. Like basically everything that's not inside this building, it feels like the legions of hell are at the doorstep.
Yeah, so I basically fall to the ground and start writhing in pain. I sensed something so evil out there that it made me lose my focus. We need to deal with that problem right now.
Like it's like the most disgusting, revolting, like bile rising up in your throat stench like fills your nostrils.
It feels like all the evil in the world is being regurgitated in my brain, in my throat. It is vile. Someone needs to go check on it, and I'll try to.
Turn that off.
I activate Divine Sense.
Okay. You experience the same thing. The con save was to him for him to keep holding the rope, basically. But you
So, is there a celestial fiend or undead within 60 feet? Not evil.
seems fiendish all around you, like an area of what's the reverse of hollow? Not
Reverse?
blaspheme. It's not unhollow.
Consecrated,
Light?
desecrated? One of those?
Desecrated, yes. Consecrated versus desecrated. Feels desecrated all around you. Thank you, Variel.
I know you sense what I sense, Garrett.
Which direction?
All directions.
All directions.
Well, except
and I
for
need to-
straight down.
Okay, and I need to do a con save?
No, you don't have to make
Okay.
a con save.
Okay,
His was
okay.
just because he was concentrating on holding the rope, and it was too
Okay, yeah,
overwhelming
sure.
for him to even think of that at that moment. Because it was almost like you got to figure like this sudden presence of all this evil from all different sides, like registering on your senses, like probably made you feel like hair in your eyes and mouth and just gross. And just like if somebody took like a dry dog turd and then like reconstituted it with water and then microwaved it, but then left it back outside to dry out again and then force fed it to you, like that's the level of disgusting.
I hope I never meet
Who
a
hurt you?
Nobody. I'm just sick. I'm just a sick fuck. I have
What
no
I want to do with my
excuse.
day-to-day, reconstitute dog turds.
Yep.
Sounds great.
Reconstituted dog turds. Unofficial stream title.
So we should deal with that. Now, I'm told this rain is because some guy's mad. This whole, you know. Is it just because of his presence? Is he? What should we do about this? I'm freaking out.
In response to Leviathan's ravings of a lunatic, I pull my hammer and shield and go to where the broken door is to look outside.
Garrett, no, come back in.
I don't go outside. I just go to
get
the
away
door.
from, get away from it. Come back.
What are you?
Do you heed?
Metal and lightning are very bad. Stay away from the windows.
Do you heed his warning, or do you take your chances and creep up next to the door?
I'm gonna stand inside the door but looking out, but he has given me pause about going further.
And I'll stop next to Garrett.
Is dwarven plate made out of metal? I mean, I assume it is.
Oh yeah.
I was hoping it was made out of rock or something, and I was just awesome.
Rock.
I was hoping, maybe it was just a very porous kind
Talk
of.
about a stupid question.
You're a stupid question.
It is extremely made of metal.
I know. I was just hoping that maybe you were like, nah, it's just rock. It's just some rock and some leather. It's fine.
As a
Dwarven
dwarf, I can
plate
tell you
tectonics.
It is made of plate. I mean, it is made of metal.
It's made of plate and just like your mother's favorite
made of-
dishes.
Like
Ceramic.
Yeah. Buckle, you're never gonna live that down, you know that, right? Chat is never gonna forgive you for that
I
one.
think that's Buckle's
Unfortunately,
fix a flat.
no, it was a fucking joke. Hoping that you would say it was made of rock, but okay, sure.
It was such conviction.
Jesus Christ. Anyway,
Don't even know.
so standing within the door,
It's
looking
made
at-
of reconstituted dog turd.
sure.
Wait, why aren't we going outside? Let's stop.
You will most certainly get struck by lightning.
Alright, well, while they're yelling and screaming about getting struck by lightning, Buckle, make a perception check. Actually, before you do, how long are you gonna stay at the door? Are you basically gonna, like, kind of wait until lightning hits enough to kind of illuminate the area and get a good look at your immediate surroundings?
Not necessarily waiting for the lightning, because I wouldn't think to have that be the thing that revealed it, because Mumbles McDragonborn back there didn't necessarily say that, and I don't see... Divine Sense isn't giving me a direction, so...
Okay. So then I'll give you a perception check with advantage.
Just my shield in general, if I'm wielding it, gives me perception with advantage, which I had forgotten earlier. So I may need help knowing that in the future.
Okay. Yeah, I'll try and remind you, but
Yeah,
As much as I
meant
can.
to the whole group. To the whole group.
yeah, that's on you. That's on you guys. So 17 perception.
Mm-hmm.
You are staring off into the darkness, and you can kind of see, a few feet beyond you, kind of just what's illuminated from the inside from the fire, and you're waiting for a few moments. Lightning cracks, and you look into the distance and make a history check with advantage.
I'm also next to him looking out the same kind of way.
10 is good enough to recognize this face. You've at least seen it portrayed, if not seen the man himself. You see the face of Jaga, massive in the clouds. And as his mouth opens angrily, clouds, cyclonic in nature, surge forward and touch the ground. And in the distance, you can now hear a low rumbling sound. No roll required. You know you got a twister on your hands.
Uh-oh.
Was there a cellar?
What did you see, Garrett? You look disturbed.
Jaga.
I feel like I'm starting to put pieces together.
He knows we're here. And
I figured he knows where we are always.
you'd think, but that's not true. But now...
Is he out there?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that sucks.
Yeah, you could definitely say that. You
Am I
could
as
for
familiar
sure
with
say
Jaga as
that.
they are?
Immediately turn around. We have a cyclone coming. Fast. We need to batten down everything we can.
We need to get underground.
Can you facilitate that in some fashion?
Something tells me a twister doesn't move slow. So the more time we
Did
spend
the house
standing
have a
around-
cellar?
We didn't check.
Do you say that out loud?
Yeah.
Demise kind of walks up behind you and tugs on your sleeve and then whispers into your ear, "This is not the lowest point." And she points to the far corner where you can see there's like a crack in the masonry that makes up the floor, and looks like all the water is flowing downward to that point and seeping into that crack.
Garrett.
I
Demise
head
is
over.
pointing out the corner.
I head right over to it, start ripping up any debris, and
What about the
Whatever.
horses? We're gonna lose everything up here.
well,
Do we?
let's see what the hole looks like first.
All right. I'll help.
Alright, so what do you guys do?
How messed up is the area? Is it clear enough?
Yeah. I mean, there's probably like some debris that's been blown in, but like a simple interaction is all it takes to brush that aside.
Okay. I'm gonna look for any obvious means of ingress, doors, things of that nature.
Try to
Trapdoor.
put a carriage down the hatch.
Make an investigation check, Garrett.
Oh, Jesus Christ. We're all gonna be doomed for hinging on me investigating. I did something.
Okay. You can tell that the masonry basically in this corner is newer than the masonry around it. So while it may not be a door, or like as something as simple as I push a stone here and something, mechanically opens, you know that there's space underneath there. You can hear the water dripping into a larger chamber.
If there's no obvious means to open and close it, hinges, and anything that I saw as part of that, I just start to hit the masonry with my hammer.
Okay.
What if we go down there and down there floods and now we're stuck in a flooding chamber?
Best of bad choices.
Life is full of those. Let's do it.
Hammer down! Just make an attack roll, roll your damage.
Boop, 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 boop. It's the 11.
Okay, so boom! 11 bludgeoning. You can see the cracks kind of spiderweb outwards. Kind of floor sinks down a tiny bit. Looks like you should be able to break through with a few good hits.
Can I, like the pottery scene from Ghost, help Garrett, with his next attack?
Just hit it again.
If he'll allow you, I mean... Otherwise, we're looking at
No,
some
he wouldn't do
contested
it that
rolls.
sensually, but give him some pointers, like some real basic pointers that you would obviously know about, like form when striking.
I'm going to entirely ignore him and hit the ground again.
Okay. And you can just roll damage.
Oh, okay.
Damn. We're not
That's
gonna
always
worry
gonna be
about. Keep
It's the
rolling.
left column.
All right. With that last 5, about Danderfluff could probably fit through it. It would take more to fit the rest of you through, but you've smashed a hole through. You'd have to widen it a bit if you wanted to go down, but currently it's big enough to fit Danderfluff or a small child. Maybe Demise could squeeze down there.
Do you want me to go down and check it out?
Go down there, check it out, and start breaking it from down there. We're gonna need a bigger passageway to get everybody through.
We can keep breaking it. Take a torch or something and go further, see how big the passageway is. If we have to cut the horses free, we should do it now before the cyclone gets here.
I will scurry down below.
Okay. So you scurry down. Do you have dark vision?
Yes.
Okay. Then you drop down and you're on stairs. So the stairs would be leading from the inside of the lumber mill down into some type of subterranean chamber. You're not sure what it is. You just see a long hallway leading forward. Quick evaluation. You might be able to get the horses and the carriage down here if you can actually convince the horses to go down there. But it should be large enough. It'll be a very tight squeeze, but you might scrape here and there.
I'm not so concerned about the carriage as I am whether or not we save the horses.
The horses will definitely fit.
Okay. Then I'm going to get back to smashing the ground. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll come back up, tell the party that. I don't know what's further down below, but we can definitely get the horses in here.
Well, forget about the carriage. Just save the horses. I'm gonna rush over the horses.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll start getting them, like...
I can go talk to the horses.
No, you stay here and keep help breaking the ground.
I kind of forgot I have speak with animals.
That would have been nice.
Save it for when you need it. All right.
Just tell me when to stop, because otherwise I'm just going to keep smashing it.
Yeah, because it's already smashed. It's very easy to widen the hole at this point. You're kind of just taking your, you're taking your hammer and like holding it, almost like reversed. Like usually you'd hold it with 2 hands and the blunt end would be at the top, and now you're holding it like upside down and like almost like churning butter style, just smashing away and widening the hole. And you do get it wide enough that it would certainly accommodate the horses. The carriage, however, you might have to take the wheels off, and then it would kind of fit into that depression. But that's up to you if you want to do that or not.
I'm not worried about it at this point, so it's up to you guys if you wanted to go down there.
I'm not even gonna bother going for the carriage. I'm going for the horses first. Get those down there. I don't care about the carriage at all.
Okay.
Demise, get yourself the carriage.
with you and Trip working together, you can get the horses down there first. Is that what you guys are doing?
Yeah, and making sure that Seraphina knows what's going on.
Okay. It's thunderously loud outside. The wind is howling through this building, just like screaming through this building. It's almost deafening how loud it is. You're just getting pelted by water from seemingly all sides. It's close by. You're in danger now.
Yeah, I'm not gonna even go back once I save the horses.
So, Trip, Rebiathan, and the horses are down there. Everybody else?
I would still be down there.
Okay.
I'll follow through. Once the last person's down, I'll follow.
All right, Seraphina, you going down? All right,
I
Garrett.
tell Demise to grab her saw blade and then come down.
She runs over, grabs it, and scurries down the hole. Very eager.
What?
I'll just take notice of the fact she ran out and grabbed something, risking her life, and then head back in after.
It's important to her.
Ever move.
All right, the rest of your followers follow Demise.
Just imagine Scooby Doo
That just
running in the line.
as far as I know, that just leaves Garrett in the carriage.
That's just the carriage, so I'll be as usual in the last one down.
All right.
I would help Garrett
So
down.
do you try and pull the carriage like into the stairs?
That's not a bad idea. I guess we could cover the whole. But how much is the water pouring down? Is it like? Are we talking like if this is like a waterfall pouring down the stairs?
Yeah.
And down there, it's like maybe knee high, ankle high.
At this point, it's just kind of gathering near the stairs. It hasn't even made it down to the other end of the hallway yet.
Okay, so what I want to do is not pull it down, but pull it over the hole. Just try to prevent some of the rain from pouring in.
Right. So it's almost like you're pulling into the basement level of a parking garage. Here's a better example. In unlike the GTA map, you know how some of those buildings, how it's like you drive and then kind of drive into the basement, like the garage is in the basement of like a tower.
Yep.
So the carriage would kind of go down into it like that, and then kind of stop where the tunnel actually begins. So kind of like the ass end would be at above the actual surface of the ground, but the rest of the carriage should be protected. So it's kind of a good idea in both the terms of like it'll prevent air sucking you up and out of this tunnel potentially because you don't know how deep it goes or if there's anything to hold on to.
Yeah, that's a better.
Get some scratches.
I mean,
Yeah, I don't care about that.
It might prove negligible in the end, but it's certainly worth the effort.
I'll help
Yeah,
Garrett do that.
Okay.
I was more picturing.
If you guys are
stairs,
both doing that, then no rolls required. It only takes you a matter of seconds to wheel it around and then kind of like run backwards. You know, you're not paying too much attention to being careful, so and you know, kind of rams into the thing. You kind of hear a few pieces of wood crack and splinter, but not your main concern at the moment. And you have all made it down into presumed safety. As the wind continues to roar overhead, and you hear a sickening groan and snap as the roof of the structure above you is torn away.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Well, how is everybody's day going? We didn't
Better
do-
now that I'm underground.
I put my hand to the wall since I can't see anything down here, and start sloshing forward to catch up to the rest of the group.
Okay, are you guys following that hallway, basically going to the end?
It seems the safest. Is that?
He
You
was
guys do?
traveling in the front of this group.
I would be in the front with my axe out.
I want to make sure it's one of us.
Okay, so are you guys getting in front of the horses then?
They are. So I think Trip and Danderflop are ahead of the horses.
Right.
So I'm just gonna go until I meet up with the rest of the party.
And I'm
So I
right
don't
there.
know.
Garrett, do the same.
Okay. So kind of the horses are in the middle, and then some of you guys are behind the horses, some of you are in front of the horses. Ammo, you're behind the horses with Garrett. Rebiathan, Trip, and Ewok would be in the front. So the three of you make perception checks.
I'm in the back with Garrett.
Oh yeah, that's right, because you helped with the wagon.
Yeah. I basically got the horses down there, dropped them off with Nylock and whoever, and then went to help Garrett.
Is this sight?
It is. And also, I know for a fact that you have superior Drow vision.
Yeah, I was just asking because of the new eyeball.
Okay, you get to the end of this hallway and see that there is a very narrow opening into a chamber to your right. You could probably squeeze in there. However, somebody bigger like Rebiathan, you'd definitely have to make that opening a bit bigger for him to pass through. Or even Garrett in his Dwarven plate would probably not be able to pass through it. But you could squeeze through if you wanted to, and you can see enough of the room that you can gather that it's some type of catacomb.
There's some catacomb down here.
You know, it's an obvious burial chamber. You see, you know, the telltale signs of bodies laid to rest in a barrow style.
So not an ossuary, a straight catacomb.
Yep.
I don't know what I was expecting, but yes, this makes sense.
Why would they have a catacomb under a lumber mill?
Why have a lumber mill with no lumber?
Well,
Especially
maybe it's
surrounded by
haunted.
Overgrown trees.
I have a
Well,
feeling
it does look
haunted.
old.
We're gonna find out very soon.
Well, they could have ran out of business. Maybe there was like a bunch of accidents caused.
Maybe they're friendly ghosts.
I ain't afraid of ghosts.
Garrett, Serafina, no rolls required. With thunder behind you and a great whoosh of debris and dust, you are acutely aware that the building above you has collapsed.
Only way out is through.
I hope we don't have to pay for that. What if this is like an insurance scam?
Insurance?
Is that yeah? Yeah, it's like a fancy word I learned.
Uh-huh.
I don't even know what it means myself.
I think that's when you have it down.
Did I sound
Just
smart?
start saying smart bank words.
Like insurance is like when you have to borrow money to pay for something.
Also, Trip,
That
give
just
me
sounds
a
like gambling.
give me a history roll.
I don't know. Like I said, I'm not very smart.
Me?
Yes. History from Trip. Because at like basically the way it's all set up, like you and Danderfluff are really the only ones that can see it at this point. Whoever made this catacomb was very skilled in terms of artful ability. There's a lot of like, flowing lines and kind of floral patterns engraved into the stonework. It's very well made.
Like,
And you can tell that it's very old just based on the amount of erosion that there's been. Just, things crumble over time.
Danderfluff, you're a dwarf. Does this look dwarvish?
Let me get a closer inspection.
Thank you for the host, Gargamond. Can we get a shout out for Gargamond, please? Alright, 20 investigation. You're sure that it's not dwarven?
No dwarf made this.
It definitely lacks the hard geometric lines well accounted for in almost all dwarven engineering word. Architecture. Yes. For a number of years.
I don't know what it is.
Can I roll a history maybe to see if I can figure it out?
Sure. Looks elvish, but somehow not. Like, you don't see the elvish script, which you would kind of recognize. It's a common enough language. But very similar in style to what you would expect elves to make. Though elves typically don't build catacombs. It's not really something that they're well known for. It's kind of a rarity if it ever happens at all.
Might be elvish?
It's got that same
Huh.
like very flowing and natural kind of style. Lots of flowers and leaves and things of that nature. No pun intended.
This is very strange. Why is there an almost elvish catacomb?
Weren't the elves hunted to near eradication on this continent?
I come from below.
He wouldn't know. But Buckle, you can make a history roll.
Maybe I might have read some books or something on it. But it's
I'm just going off stories we were told and all about the Valentine.
Yep,
Which
that does sound familiar to you. That the elves were reviled by Leviatar. She was jealous of their beauty.
Catty bitch.
Well, if you can't beat the game, be the game.
I think that saying gave me cancer.
I'm gonna trademark it and make $1 million. So, ha! It's the next T-shirt, baby.
Right. So, a couple questions.
Sure.
How are we dealing with this these catacombs? Sounds like we're gonna be in for a.
By the way, right
restless
now, if you
night.
don't have dark vision, you can't see anything.
And I also bring up second point. And how much food do we have?
We have enough for some time.
Nice. Well, let's push
Yeah, if you
forward.
can get. Yeah, we have a bunch of rations.
I'm pretty sure Garrett saw Jaga outside. You guys, we need to push forward and quick.
Maybe this is enchanted to be hidden?
Well,
It's
I
ish.
detect magic.
Elvish.
If he doesn't destroy us with the storm, we can only assume that he'll send ground troops after us as well. It wouldn't be the first time.
Whoosh! As light suddenly flares around you, one of the followers has lit a torch.
I was also going to light my lantern. I have 2 more oil flasks left.
Okay. You're easily able to light your lantern and provide illumination. So the hallways around you, the hallways that the horses are in, are very, very nondescript. There's no carvings or illustrations or anything like that on the walls. This appears to be just like standard dugout earthen walls. At the end is where you see this kind of opening into this chamber, which is stone-walled. And presumably full of elf corpses, or another similar race to the elves, maybe? You can't... You haven't quite gathered enough information to for sure say that it's elvish, but it's certainly possible. Like, I would say it's on the spectrum of probable.
Garrett,
But also, you
could
don't
come
know a whole
open
lot about the
wall?
elves from this continent, so...
What was it?
Could
No,
you
that's-
come open the wall, Garrett?
Well, let me go over there and cast detect magic on it. See if there's any magical traps or something.
Is it far elvish?
And then we can start working on breaking it open. I'll walk up and cast detect magic.
Okay.
Concentration up to 10 minutes. For the duration, you sense the presence of magic within 30 feet of you.
Okay.
You see a faint aura around any visible creature or object in the area that bears magic. Now learn its school of magic, if any. And it can penetrate barriers.
Okay. Make a perception check. Okay. The first thing that you notice is that you and your companions all glow at various points for whatever magical items that you're wearing, obviously. And then as you kind of like focus a little bit, you sense a faint aura of abjuration magic coming from within the catacomb, kind of filling that whole area.
Right. So, beyond here, filling this catacomb with some abjuration magic, we might want to keep our wits about us. I say we start breaking down the wall, making it big for somebody as bulky as myself to get through. And I'll start breaking.
Yeah. We're set to making the hole wider.
Okay.
Are the rooms beyond drier than what we're standing in now?
Yes.
Okay.
Now keep in mind, seems like the entire room leading beyond here is filled with this magic, so I don't know what to expect. I don't know much about abjurations.
Are there torches on the walls?
One of the followers has a torch lit, and Buckle has his lantern lit.
I think
But
that
like,
was,
are there like torches on the wall, like
No.
on the walkway?
You see spots for them, but there's no actual torches in them.
I'm gonna place a torch in one of the spots that's near us.
You'd have to get into the room first. There's none on
in the room.
There's none in this hallway, but there is in the actual catacomb.
I thought you meant in this hallway. My bad. It might be big enough for you to fit through, Dandelion, if you want to go in and do a little bit of scouting.
I could.
But you don't want to. I understand. All right.
You said there's. Fine, I'll do it.
You don't have to.
No, I can do this.
I mean, if you're scared, if you don't feel like you...
I don't get scared.
It sounds like you might be getting a little bit scared right now. But hey, you know
Dwarves
what?
are unable to feel fear. They are made of stone.
That's what I've heard, so prove the story's right. Show me that bravery.
I'm gonna walk through slowly.
I'll cast Bless on him.
On who?
On Dandelion. Her, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, you walk into the catacomb, and make a perception check, Danderfluff. You walk into this room, and everything just immediately gets quiet. To you. If you're still out in the hallway, you're still hearing the storm raging outside. Danderfluff, as you walk in, you quickly notice that you stop hearing the sounds of rain, thunder, lightning, this intense, ridiculous cyclonic wind above you, churning the earth. It's suddenly very quiet and calm.
I'm gonna tap my great axe against the floor to see if I hear that.
Tink, tink, tink. And as you do so, you kind of get this just deep feeling in yourself of just, like, serenity and calmness. It doesn't make you, like, sleepy or anything like that. You just kind of, like, your nerves are probably a little bit frayed. You've just had to deal with escaping a tornado. You know, that's enough to get your adrenaline flowing and your blood pumping. And you've noticed that even your breathing is much more measured and calm. And, you know, your muscles kind of relax a little bit, and you're just kind of like, oh. It's nice to not hear the storm for a little bit, and, you know. The air is cool and feels like it just fills you with serenity.
This dude just ran a lumberyard cemetery sound recording studio combo. Sweet.
That's canon. Yeah.
I don't think by the looks of the hallway, does it look like the catacomb was like recently discovered and possibly the reason why it's abandoned?
How would you determine that?
Because it sounds like it's like a dirt sort of like hallway, and then it gets to the stone wall with a crack in it.
Correct.
So maybe they were like digging, and then they got to the stone wall and opened
investigation.
it. Okay.
And I'll give you I'll give you advantage on this too, because you're a weird eye. I'm gonna cross all our T's and dot all of our lowercase j's. Why? Is there something wrong with that weird eye?
I didn't learn how to write a lowercase j till I was 20 years old.
Really? How
Yeah,
the
'cause,
hell?
well,
That's our public
So-
schools.
whenever I would have a J that would like come in like the middle of a word or where it shouldn't be capitalized, I would just draw it. I would write it capitalized. I think it was because my name, Joey. I always
yeah,
just wrote the
I
capital
guess.
J.
I guess I
So-
can see that.
you'd see words in the middle of them. They just have a capital B. And then I was like
Trip.
19 or 20. I learned.
You know that the tunnel that you're standing in the chamber beyond, the tunnel that you're standing in is much newer.
Okay.
But as far as being opened recently, you couldn't say. Definitely not within like the last week, month, or year.
Yeah, I meant like, oh, we're digging, and then we found something we weren't supposed to, and we're afraid of it, so seal the
The dwarves
thing with
dug
cement
too
and
deep.
run away. Yeah.
Like,
Well, if
played
that
it
was
off
if
intentionally.
that was the case, then they should have filled the whole thing back in, don't you think?
Did a pretty bad job.
I mean, that's the equivalent of putting newspaper over the vomit, you know? It's not really helping.
Maybe
But I mean,
they-
to the best of your determination, you don't really know the whys and wherefores. You only, I can tell you that the hallway only goes as far as the catacomb, and then it stops.
okay.
So maybe it was dug with the purpose of finding it. Maybe it was found accidentally. I can't really give you the motivations of people that you'll never meet.
Or will I? Dun dun dun.
So how long does it take for us to smash through this wall to where we can all kind of fit through, even if we have to hunch over a bit?
Okay, so you raise up your hammer, you go to smash the wall, and whoosh, just whiff.
I reach my hand forward, sort of
Feel solid.
What kind of black magic is this? I sense some magic here. I hit it and it just...
I have an idea. So if hitting it went through it,
What up,
what if
Cratchy?
you charged it?
Have a good night, Variel.
It seemed solid when
Bye.
I touched it.
No, but you weren't like try and punch it. Like, would your hand go through it then?
I'll try and punch it. Like an unarmed strike.
Whiff! You failed to make contact.
Now would you look at that?
You should have made contact, but just your hand passed right through it.
Is it platform 9 3/4?
No, don't be ridiculous.
I'm gonna bravely try and, like, kind of slightly crouched, run forward, just say, if I look foolish, please don't tell anybody. Gotta run through.
Okay. Somehow, impossibly, you fit through this crack and pop out into the catacomb, and much like Danderfluff, you hear the sounds of the storm slowly ebb away, and just this feeling of deep serenity and relaxation fills you.
Alright. If I talk, can they hear me? I'll
You can hear
Excellent.
yourself, everybody can hear you. You just can't hear anything outside. You don't hear the storm. In fact, you can still hear your allies, like if they're talking amongst themselves. You just no longer hear the storm.
Good. This guy had good taste. See, no, don't worry. It's just an illusory wall. You have to kind of go fast when you're going through. Just charge through like I did. Help the others through, Garrett. I'm gonna assist Dan to fluff with the reconnaissance. Illusory wall.
Everyone, run through before me. I gotta get the horses through that.
That's what I was waiting on.
Yeah, I don't know. What
Everyone, go ahead of the horses.
I don't know what happens if you slow down while you're in the middle of the wall. It could cause you to become part of the wall. So,
Trip, Demise asks of you if they can stay behind and mind the horses. They don't mind.
Oh, if you guys want, it might be safer in there.
They all kind of like talk amongst themselves, and no, they would prefer to stay back with the horses, but Demise will accompany you if you ask her to.
No, it's okay. You guys can do your thing.
I'm getting,
and I'm gonna give
dungeon
them. I'm gonna give them good berries. 10 of them so they can each have 2.
Okay.
They did a good job.
Demise asks if she can come with you.
Yes, that's fine.
She thanks you. She says, I will follow at a distance. I will not interfere.
Seems kind of bloodthirsty.
Based on...
Earlier she was like fawning over the saw blade. Was that the same person?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just based off that and the eagerness to assist.
Okay, like let's imagine you're like a normal human, right?
So how is she different than you?
In a group of like 5 like
You're eager to
heroes that are
assist.
constantly using magic and doing like feats of strength, and the human's like, I want to stick with them.
That's a good point.
We end up in a lot of trouble routinely.
They haven't seen that.
Fair enough. But we are like a lightning rod of trouble for pretty much everyone around us.
Yeah.
So,
They
Yeah,
saw us survive a storm so far.
yeah, that's what people have been doing forever.
It's a really bad storm.
I realize now it was a dumb thing to ask. Not quite as dumb as when Buckle asked if dwarven plate was made of metal, but close. I will assist Danderfluff with the search.
That
Well,
misdirect.
let's wait and get everybody in first.
Yeah,
So-
you rolled a 1 on that misdirect.
So, who's going through next?
They're gonna stay with the horses. I'll move through.
Okay.
While he's talking with Demise, I'll push my way through.
You kind of like pause for a moment, like, no way I'm gonna fit through this, and you kind of start pushing through, and there's a little kind of scrape to your left, a little to your right, but you kind of somehow easily pass through this small aperture and emerge on the other side.
Isn't it so
Again.
much quiet?
The sounds of the storm fade away. You are filled with a deep sense of relaxation and serenity.
Quiet, the juxtaposition.
I'm gonna tell the 4 that are staying with the horses, like, once you guys hear the storm pass, maybe you can try clearing the debris to get out, and we'll come back and get you, even if we find another way out. And if you need to sleep, probably do it in there.
They all agree.
Thank you. And I give them their good berries.
They thank you.
I'm going now. They grow up so fast.
So who's next?
I go through the wall.
No, you don't.
Oh.
Make a con save.
Barrier
Is it
against evil,
finally
huh? You gave
Good
+2.
wall.
That's an
Good
18.
wall.
Alright, so you take 13 points of radiant damage as you attempt to step into the aperture, and it's just, like, literally just jolting through your body is just like this fucking white hot energy, and you just as though your bones themselves are both superheated and super cooled at the same time, and it's not good.
Does this-
Motherfucker!
You alright?
I can't get through.
Did you try extra hard? What happened when you tried to go through?
It was like my bones were.
But yeah, you
Melting.
would have seen this like flash of energy as he attempted to cross the threshold, preventing him from getting through and dealing damage to him.
I just watched it happen and then asked what happened. It was intentional.
Okay.
And I kind of lean in together.
Seraphina, can you get through? Oh, if it's those fucking elves, it's probably barrier against Dro. Fucking racist
That's
mother.
my thought.
Fucking. I start peeing on it.
You keep me
Okay.
guessing, Trip. You keep me guessing, man. Right when I think I have you figured out.
So, Serafina, you walking through?
I suppose so.
Bullshit! Constitution save.
Oh
That's
no!
evil. Yeah. Mixed
Well,
parties don't
shit.
work, man.
No!
You take all 17 points of radiant damage.
Ow!
It's an 11 if that helps.
Doesn't shift it into the success
make-
category.
yep.
But I've noted. I'm aware of the paladin aura. We get it with Smork all the time, so I'm pretty used to it.
Okay.
But thank you for reminding me. Please continue to do so.
Because I will forget my perceptions.
What about Demise?
After seeing both of them try and walk through, she's not taking any chances.
Maybe it's just
Scary.
warded against evil?
It must be. My teeth, they itch.
You know,
Whatever could-
gingivitis is the leading cause of all tooth decay, as you've got like a mandible
Pulls the
hanging
teeth.
off of your face.
So do we press on and leave them here to see if we can find an alternate way in?
I mean, to be fair, we did survive the last place without them.
Crack open one of those coffins.
We did have Evelyn with us, though.
I feel like there's more to be found here. We should at least push a little bit more forward. Came all this way.
But do you think they're safe out there?
They have Nyloth and Serafina there.
Well, I'm worried
I-
about them, not his followers.
Cast Dispel Magic to see if it dispels it.
Can you link the spell for me? I gotta read it. Okay, so roll wisdom. Mark your spell. You get the feeling that it did not work.
I have something maybe you could try. Now you're gonna have to hear me out on this one, alright? This is my whole pitch, okay? But you could try to be good. End of pitch. Has that thought ever crossed your mind?
I try to dispel it again.
I'm not sure that pure thoughts and smiles are going to get
God
through this
damn
barrier.
Mark spell.
Well, I mean, Dandelion
Oh,
is good-hearted, but not always smiling and kind. She has a ferocious side to her. There is a balance.
I know. And Nyloth actually doesn't really give in to the nature of Drow to begin with.
Nyloth seems like a decent person. I don't know Serafina well enough to judge her otherwise, but
I'm gonna give her a squinty look.
is there anything, what's the scoop on her?
The three of you
Story for another day.
inside the catacomb, please give me a perception check. As you guys are kind of having this conversation, there's something that you might notice.
Is it a Draugr? And are they going to kill us?
No. Danderfluff, you notice rather the absence of something. Usually, like, even in a very old catacomb, there would still be kind of like that faint smell of death and decay and rot. It is acutely absent. In fact, the air in here smells very vibrant and alive. You know, almost like something that you would, you know, like mountaintop fresh air. You know, like very invigorating and fresh and clean and free of pollutant.
I'd turn to them and be like, you know, for a catacomb, this doesn't really smell that bad.
Yeah, I've been in some catacombs before, and let me tell you, they smell like death.
I mean, even the best maintained ones, there's still that kind of just trace smell of dead body.
Now,
But if
This
it's
is-
ancient.
I don't know. This seems like a good thing, right? But it seems like one of those good things that's like
Right, and Buckle also there isn't so eventually over a long enough period of time that would be replaced by what? Like just a musty stench of dust and that too
Dust
is
is
absent.
not musty. He's a nice, well-groomed, shaven person, or not shaven, clean person.
He's not shaved at all.
I don't know why.
He's extraordinarily hirsute.
Yeah.
someone has gone through a lot of effort to prepare this place, whether it be recent or long in the past. Leads me to believe there might be something interesting down here.
The masonry was new as well, so it was attempting to be hidden.
That's just intriguing.
Well, we know that there's a lot of vampires here. They probably hate this thing.
I don't know what the hell it could truly be used. I think we'll figure that out by pushing forward.
You know, I think we'll be fine.
I agree.
I'm just going off of that good feeling that this room is giving me.
Good vibes.
You feel very calm and collected. Maybe not like gung-ho, like let's go kick some ass, but like, yeah, I mean, like when you're at your calmest, you are much more clear-headed, better at making decisions, generally speaking.
It could be a trap.
Could be.
Well, we'll
Like
report
it's
back.
giving you this false sense of security before it kills you, so the fear doesn't get in the meat.
Is too
He's just
bad
mad
you
because he's
can't-
not allowed in.
That's what Leviathan thinks.
I think he's being Mr. Jealousy Pants, Mr. Sebastian Bach outside the door.
I'm gonna look to Garrett. Dandifluff's on board. Are you? Perhaps just Dandifluff and I can go forward and you stay back here with them.
Well, we can go forward, and hopefully we can hear if they need us.
I'm sure we'll figure something out. Make a lot of noise if you're in trouble.
I start
I'll
making
do-
it look like I'm trying to make noise, but I might like.
Like,
Not
start
me.
making noise now so that we can continually hear it as we travel. Like a rhythmic beat, nothing loud. We don't want to attract any monsters. But like, you know, we'll hear it get quieter or something as we go on, you know?
Okay,
That way we know when the sound stops, if it does.
sure. So what are you guys doing?
Pushing forward.
To where? You see the room around you, and that's it.
I will ask Dandifluff.
Oh, it's like Oh, for some reason I thought there was like way more than just one room.
There might be. You don't see any other rooms.
Well, actually, we have torches and stuff. Make sure I'm gonna light a torch, so I have a torch.
Okay.
I'm gonna find my way to a wall and start following the wall.
Okay. You're in like a 20 by 20 room, the walls of which are lined with recesses filled with what you assume are sarcophagi.
May they rest in peace. Kind of a nice place to be buried.
Check what one of them are.
Not
Where?
lost, we're handling this. Don't worry. Keep your voice down. We don't want to wake up any sleeping beasts.
I can speak with Dad.
I can speak with Dan. Nyla says, so he can't hear. But he says it mockingly. Garrett and Danderfluff heard. Right, so there are coffins over here.
Sarcophagi.
Sarcophagi.
They're
Sarcophagi.
canopic jars.
Sarcophages.
And I will look inside one of the one I see.
Before he goes to open one, is that a good idea?
I stop. Well, he did suggest it, so probably not. And I'm going to continue following the wall.
Well, there's four of us. We could all. Wait, there's four walls, three of us. We can split up.
Deal. It's a small enough room to do so.
I mean, I have a lantern.
And I have a torch.
I'm feeling along the walls.
Yeah, those elf fuckers, they really like their
Pretend
fucking
like you can't
secrets.
hear 'em.
Okay.
Isn't he an elf? I'm not
So you
really
guys
sure
just
what's
working your way around the room? Like I said, it's a 20 by 20 room. It's not that it's not that big of a
Yeah.
structure.
I'm investigating the walls.
Okay, roll investigation.
happening. I guess that's what we're all doing.
666. Come on.
Even better.
We ain't found shit.
You find no secret doors, passageways, anything beyond what I've already described.
We competently search the room. Divine sense?
How many uses of that
Wait,
do
yeah,
you get per day?
That costs what spell slot? That is,
Divine Sense is 2 plus your Charisma modifier, or your Paladin level plus your Charisma modifier.
1 plus your charisma modifier, so that'd be 1 plus 4, so 5. I got 4 more uses of it. Or 3 more uses of it.
Okay. You use Divine Sense. You sense nothing.
I sense nothing.
You know, it also doesn't say how long it lasts. Oh, sorry, until the end of your next turn. It does say that, just higher up where I was reading.
Yeah, it's kind of like the ping of the motion trackers on Aliens.
Yeah.
Is how I like to describe it.
I'm gonna knock on the walls with my great axe, see if like how thick they are. If they're thick or maybe they're hollow. Room on the other side.
They sound solid.
Well, the walls are solid. Sounding. What do we do?
I'm gonna just stare at the walls and see if anything stands out.
I don't want to make it look like we haven't. No, I'll make it look like we're doing good.
Maybe we just wait out the storm.
Yeah, does everything have to be a mystery that we solve?
How long do you think Jaga can stay pissed off?
Isn't he like perpetually pissed off?
Well, like
Isn't he
super
like the
pissed off.
god of being pissed off?
Only one way to find out, I guess.
So, I mean, we're gonna be waiting out the storm anyways. Why not explore while we're doing so?
Carry on then.
So
Maybe we should
Vanderbuff
switch
just
up walls.
staring at the walls. You
Yeah, let's all
don't
switch
notice
walls.
anything of any particular interest.
Are we doing peer review on investigation?
I guess.
Yeah, I'll just shift.
I'm gonna share my notes. Like, and we're all just gonna rotate walls like a shitty game of musical chairs.
You can make another round
Do
of
it for the
investigation
lulz.
checks if you want.
Yes, please.
You find no traps, secret doors, hidden chambers, empty places, open or otherwise. Seems like it's just a catacomb.
Damn. Well, it appears to just be a catacomb, which is
Well,
very
maybe
possible.
we could open those things again.
Yeah, now that does seem like a peek inside might be a good idea.
Bring the lantern over.
I'll take care of this one. You hold the lantern. Steady the light.
Okay,
Vanderfluff just
just
keep
choosing
being-
one at random.
No, the first one that I had saw.
Okay. So, you pull it out of its recess, set it on the floor, open it up. Okay. You open it up to reveal what appears to be the fresh corpse of a female elf.
How,
Fresh corpse, huh?
Very pale skin, white hair.
how fresh are we talking?
You would expect that the body would be warm if you touched it.
I'm gonna look at the another one.
Opening up another one.
Yeah.
This one is a male elf, similar fair hair and skin, and also appears to be a fresh corpse.
And I'm gonna check one more on the opposite side of the room.
Okay. Same thing. This one's a female, same looks, and I mean not identical but similar.
I'll put that one back in the wall.
The one thing that they all have in common is that their throats have been cut.
All right, I note that. I put that third one back in the wall.
Okay.
So are we about to check this body? It looks pretty fresh. Might have something on it. What are we doing here?
Nyloth can speak with the dead.
Hey, Nyloth.
Trying to figure out what's been done in this room.
Yeah, looks like we need to speak with the dead. Let's bring his body over to the entrance. Let's stay in here. If we can.
Don't bring it out.
Right, that's just disrespectful. Hey, Nyloth. How close
I'm like
do you have-
sitting at the crack.
Yeah, I know. I still shout your name. Like, hey, Nyloth. How close do you have to be to cast your speak with the dead? If you got some dead here that might have some interesting words to say.
Well, he's looking
10
at
feet.
it. Okay. You said abjuration was the spell school?
Mm-hmm.
Would I know anything about abjuration magic?
It's typically used for protection.
Yeah.
By the way, how long does detect magic last?
Concentration up to 10 minutes.
Okay. Once you stepped inside, you also detected necromancy.
Thank you. Now I know
There
what
we
it
go.
is.
That's super.
Well, no, now I know what those.
Well, I
what
was
is keeping the
I was
room
about
like
to
this.
say if you'd like an Arcana roll, I can give you some more insight into what exactly is at play here.
Well, as soon as the corpses are revealed to be intact and not decaying, I'm starting to think that this is a permanent gentle repose, or
Yeah.
has been cast within 10 days.
That would be on the very high end of probability, yes.
And I'll confirm that there is indeed necromancy magic being detected.
So,
Well,
What does that mean?
I'd say prepare 5 questions.
Oh boy, that is the question of the day, isn't it?
it's 5 questions of the day.
That's a hilarious joke.
Do they need their bodies to speak?
The corpse must still have a mouth
Mouth only.
and can't be undead.
A slashed throat would not prevent them from speaking. As per this spell, I'm not sure how it works.
Yeah, because they do all
It's
have.
what the mandible gives it to me.
So this will be your first time using it? Or-
Well, the first time I used it was when I played Dead. Nah, you guys should have seen your faces. It was funny.
I can only imagine the faces you've seen.
The places you'll go.
5 questions then.
To ask an undead that we don't, or to ask a dead that we don't know anything about.
They must be
You know, they're
very
an elf.
old.
So
How
they
about where
likely
are they
speak
from?
Elvish.
They must be very, very old because they remember the elf eater.
And also, Trip, to kind of answer one of your previous, well, it wasn't really a question so much as a remark, there wouldn't necessarily be such a thing as far Elvish, because Elvish in and of itself is so old and such a uniform thing across the different species of elves that you wouldn't expect there to be too much variation. Maybe an accent, but Elvish would still be Elvish. It's like one of the oldest languages in existence. It predates Common by millennia.
Right, so this is gonna be our best option to ask it questions. I prepared Zone of Truth for today as a spell, so we can use that when we cast it, just to guarantee honesty.
Well, I believe Speak with Dead infers honesty. I'm pretty sure that the corpse has to answer you truthfully.
No, it's only when
To the best of its
answers
knowledge.
are usually brief, cryptic, or repetitive.
There's
And
no
it's under
compulsion to offer
compulsion.
truth.
Yeah.
If you're hostile to it.
recognizes you as an enemy, or if it's just like reserved at the info. So just preemptive.
It only knows what it knew in life.
So yeah, I'm gonna do the zone of truth when we get to that point. Seems like a why not. Right. So first question I have: where are you
True,
from?
but I will also give you this. That might shoehorn the answers too much to where you don't get answers.
We'll cross that.
I mean, it's certainly
we'll
something that
we'll
you
revisit it
can
when it
do.
gets closer to the casting.
Yeah, I mean, it falls within the purview of the spell, but like what I'm saying is, speak with dead limits how it can answer to some degree. Zone of truth also limits it, so you're kind of narrowing the ability of its.
Yeah, I'll
answer.
confirm it before we do the casting after we get the questions figured out.
Okay.
Also, it's probably best if I don't let them see that I'm a drow. Because they're racist.
If they speak Elven beyond me and you, does anyone else speak it?
Evelyn would be able
Also,
to speak
you have to consider it this way: you're not reanimating them, you're not resurrecting them, you're not calling their soul back to their body. You're just using their corpse as a means to call their soul.
Mm-hmm.
So they're not actually there, they're responding to you from the spirit realm. It's more of like a seance than it is a, hey, wake up, answer some fucking questions, asshole. You know, you're just using them as a telephone, basically.
Right, right.
Well, I just didn't want to turn them into an enemy by them seeing that I'm a drow.
Mm-hmm.
If
It
they're
works.
racist, who cares? They're racist and dead.
Well, they
Also, does Speak
might
with
not.
Dead specify that you have to ask the questions?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
I already looked that up.
He can hide behind the wall as he speaks, can he not?
Sure.
I can just turn
Concerned?
my back to it.
Yeah, I would
That'll
just
work
figure
as well.
You'd be on that side of the wall, we keep the corpse on this side.
So we're gonna use.
But those questions, though, are the important thing. I feel like where are you from is...
They
Good
might
one.
just say here. It might have not been Vinland. We should ask if they know Jaga. See how old he is.
Maybe why they are buried here? Do you know Jaga? That's a good one. What's your what's your relationship with Jaga? Might be a better way to word it. All right. What's your relationship with Jaga?
It seems fairly reasonable. They were murdered. The elves of Garathis were hunted to damn near extinction.
How
And
long
we don't want to
ago?
ask questions that frame us as enemies.
Well, that's
What
I'm
I,
saying.
what I would suggest is before you start writing down questions, figure out what questions you can kind of answer for yourselves through intuition and the knowledge that you do have.
So we're trying
Right.
to-
That's what I was doing there for that question.
So don't waste your questions, basically.
How long ago were they killed? Gentle repose doesn't work for long. A 10-day at most. Unless this is a permanent gentle repose, in which case, who cast it? Who interred them here?
Who was responsible for your death? Who dealt the killing blow to you?
Well, it could have just been like some assassin hired by.
Then
Like
that's
Jaga.
fine. That's the answer they give. That's the answer they give. Not guaranteeing helpful answers here. We're just guaranteeing.
So why
communication.
bother?
Got those too. What's your relationship with Zaga? How long ago were you killed? Would it be
Also,
too
their
much? just-
answers might.
We know the
provoke
answer to the first
new
one.
Questions.
Yeah.
That. Yeah.
Um,
So Jaga's the enemy of the elves.
Well, you know enough about him to know he's pretty much the enemy of anybody who's not going to bend the knee.
Sure, but we know that, well, as you said earlier, Leviatar had the elves killed, which is a, that's personally a goddess doing it, so she likely had Jaga's empire carried out.
Well,
That's my
yeah,
guess on it.
that would be a fair
Still-
assumption.
They could still be
So-
involved too in like a wolf in sheep's clothing type situation. Who knows?
They have to have been important to have this catacomb.
That's what's more important, is figuring out who created this.
Right.
Because it's a potential ally.
Oh, I know who created it.
You know
Well,
who
you
created
wanna-
this catacomb.
Yeah, Todd did.
Would it be too much to suggest that we kind of maybe search these bodies for any sort of, I don't know, piece of information
We could ask them about our artifacts.
before we ask them questions? Maybe they have an item on them that will help determine where they're from, their allegiances. Let's find out what they were buried with.
It's not a bad idea. Excuse me.
Make sure we're respectful.
They all appeared to be dressed in the same style of burial gown. However, each of them is wearing a golden bracelet. Golden bracelet etched with the symbol of a shield emblazoned with the sun. So it's a shield with the sun emblazoned on it.
What god is that in Forgotten Realms?
Roll religion.
That's Palor in
Yeah, I would like to roll with
3.5. And I don't think he hangs around here. Fucking, I am the worst paladin that's ever existed.
Well, to you, Leviathan makes you think of Lathander.
Oh, but what doesn't remind you of Lathander? He's just...
He is the
covers
god of the
everything.
dawn.
I mean, I don't want to jump the gun here, Mr. Reeves. But this reminds me of Lathander.
Maybe in just the way he's portrayed here, like the symbol of Tyr on my cloak.
Exactly. This is this would be an acceptable way to portray his a holy symbol. It is who he is. I mean, these people are good.
Also, let's see. Leviathan, you certainly would have seen it at this point. Yeah, you guys have all seen it. So the three of you in the room make history checks. Okay, Danderfluff and Garrett, you kind of like come to the same conclusion that this may not be so much a religious symbol as a country symbol or other type of emblem. And furthermore, you know that Jaga's symbol is a perversion of this. The shield missing and Black Hand crushing the sun.
Holy fuck, these elves are old.
So I think
And very important. And his Jaga's main nemesis before us?
There are certain things that you can infer at this point. These bodies were saved for a reason, basically.
right.
It took a lot of risk and a lot of power to keep these bodies unspoiled. For whatever purpose that may be.
How can we bring their purpose to fruition?
I don't think that's a very good question.
Well, they're here for a reason. They're kept like this for a reason.
Why? What were the motives for the person who killed you? Like, why?
To stamp out all the elves. We know that Leviatar had a personal crusade against them.
But these particular ones, we don't know what they were specifically involved in. We know the stories, we know
shit.
the history, we know what is depicted in the books.
Being
We
hot.
know that. We don't know their individual tales.
They were bringing sexy back when it happened.
There was a mass extermination of all the elves.
I'm aware of that. Let's find out what these elves, what their involvement was in that.
And apparently these ones are worth saving over all the other ones.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, but why?
you guys can do this by committee. Really, though, at the end of the day, Nilot's going to decide what he wants to ask or not.
Yeah, but at least if we decide the questions and he decides to ask something else, then it means we could take if we just let him ask the questions and we have no say.
It's a spell.
It's his spell, yeah, but now I don't know. He seems open to coming up with the questions together. But you are right.
So, for the rest of the session, I'd like you guys to come up with your 5 questions, and that's where we'll end it.
So
Everyone come up with one.
That could work too.
yeah, that sounds good.
That
to
was
me.
actually going to be what I suggested.
Everyone comes up with their own question they want to ask.
All right, so you know what? Fuck it. Roll for initiative.
I defer my question to Buckle. Well, to Garrett, sorry.
You dick.
Oh, so
Now I gotta come up
now
with
the
2?
heat is on.
Alright, hold on.
If you don't want the burden, I'll take it.
I can't remember if I was on Danderfluff or Woody when we met the elves in Candlemas.
Both.
I know it was because I was with Nyloth trying to get their attention or stop them as Danderfluff.
I believe you were on Danderfluff when you met the Sisters of Sonoria,
Okay.
if that's who you're talking about.
Can I roll insight to see if if they would be like bringing them up would be pertinent to this?
History would be a better roll. You know that they're like the legendary protectors of Evermeet, so they would probably know who you were talking about if you reference them, if that answers your question at all.
I would just look at Gary. You remember those elves that we met at Candlemas? The very important ones that were kind of racist.
Alright, I'm missing some initiatives on the turn order. Danderfluff, you don't have to roll, but Rebiathan and Seraphina, please.
Yep, I clicked and there we go.
Or you think they would? Well, they don't really. They can't really help us, but not now.
Oh, the ones from where that place I'm not allowed to go to.
Evermeet.
Yeah.
One of my questions would be if they stayed when the elves went to Evermeet.
Nyloth, how many times can you cast this spell per day?
2.
We can always 2. We can always ask more questions tomorrow or something. It's getting late anyways. But you can cast it 2 times today. So which one are we going to question, the male or the female?
Do
Are we
you...
going to open up all of them?
Well, I would say establish what your 5 questions are going to be for the first one, and then make like a backup record if you can think of a second one.
Yeah.
And we'll just keep it rolling, because otherwise we're going to be here all night doing this by committee.
Just one. But which one we question specifically should be determined at some point. What question do I want to ask?
Alright, so Seraphina, you got a question?
I'm thinking. I was hoping I wouldn't be first on the initiative because I have not had a question, but
Would you like to pass?
of course.
And
Sure.
we'll come back to you at the end? Okay, so she's passing to you, Garrett.
My
So you
first
actually
question-
have 2. So just give us one for now, and then we'll come back to you at the end.
Did the elves of Garathas stay behind when the rest of Elvenkind went to Evermeet?
Okay, give me 1 second so I can type that down. Did the elves of Gorathis stay behind or go to Evermeet?
Sure.
Well, is there like a specific like reference to an event?
No, just when there was a big period of time when all the elves left, right? They all went to Evermeet, so... But did these particular ones stay behind? Because, right, Garathis came back as part of the ending of the Time of Troubles in the Spell Plague, right? As far as we can tell. So this is one of those lands that came back. So if this land wasn't in existence when that happened, then
Okay, so here's what I put down. Did the Elves of Garathis stay behind or go to Evermeet when their kin left the material plane?
Yep, that'll work.
Okay. Awesome. So that brings us to Rebiathan. What is your question?
Pass for a second. Still.
Oh, you guys are
Turning.
being a pain in my butt. Alright,
Maybe another
Nyloth?
week to think about it.
How / can we bring their purpose to being preserved to fruition?
How can we fulfill your purpose?
Yeah,
How can we
right.
help to fulfill your purpose?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, what can we do to finish
that-
what you started?
Give me the exact wording you want to use. Is it how can we
/
help
Yeah.
to fulfill your purpose? Alright, Seraphina?
Um. Hang on 1 second. Well, I don't know if it would be a waste of a question or not to ask them why they're in such perfectly pristine, preserved condition.
You've kind of figured that out. It's most likely gentle repose or a similar spell effect.
But why?
I think that's a fine question.
Sure.
Like, why were they kept like that?
That was actually going to be my question. Worded slightly different, damn it. Mine was going to be
Yeah,
amazing.
I stumble on the accent and say porpoises.
So,
Fulfill your purpose.
why were your bodies kept safe from decay? Would that be a good
Yes.
way of wording it? Okay. Garrett.
Where is the largest remaining collection of elves still in Garathis?
Make an intelligence roll. You might want to put the alive stipulation in there. It occurs to you.
I was curious because if it was like this room right here, oh, okay, that sucks. So why don't we change that to where is the current leadership of the elves within Garathis?
Okay.
Does that work?
Where is the...
Because
I
I don't
might
want.
not know that
They might not,
because it's only
but they also might
stuff
not
they
know
knew
the other.
before they did.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, and again, that could be a situation where, from their perspective, they're telling you the truth, but there's so much that's happened since then that it's, you know, you might prove them to be a liar, but they just don't know any better, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Because it would probably be like when they died would be the time, like where's the current leader? And it's like, oh, it's exactly where Jaga's castle is.
Okay, so, last is Rebiathan.
Alright, I got my question.
What you got?
What is the last thing you remember seeing in the moments leading up to your death?
What are
Yeah, what is the
the
last thing you
last
remember?
things you remember seeing?
I copied and pasted in Roll20.
Make an intelligence roll. Okay. Based off your intelligence roll, I modified it slightly to get you the most bang for your buck.
Cool.
What I've kind of put it down to, What are the last things you remember seeing and experiencing before your death?
Beautiful.
Because that could always kind of fuck you, like, oh, there was a blinding light and then I was dead.
I debated whether
You're
I
like,
wanted
oh,
to-
god damn it.
I didn't want to get too specifics. Thank you.
And also, you don't know if this person was blind to begin with, so...
Exactly.
I saw nothing!
I'm like, I don't know. Really,
Okay, so what I would suggest, because remember Nyloth can cast this twice, maybe you guys will want to plumb for some more information, and that's perfectly fine after the initial casting. Each of you, your homework for the week is just think of a second question. Everybody just pick one more question.
Could we ask these questions and then use those answers to make better questions?
Potentially.
yeah, because I feel like what questions you want to ask with the second casting are gonna sort of based on what we learned from the first.
And, you guys can feel free to speak amongst yourselves. There's no rush on this or anything like that. But basically, where we'll leave off is we'll assume that you guys are kind of having a powwow and figuring out what questions you are going to ask, and then we'll start the next session with you actually casting the spell and say, okay, these are the 5 that we're going to ask.
Sounds good.
Oh, that's what I meant. Like, can we ask these 5 so then we have the week to go over what they said and make better questions for the second cast?
No.
Oh.
Because I'm going to have to go into, deep into my notes for the answers to some of these, so you got to give me a week.
Okay.
You're going into, the deep lore of the continent, so...
And that makes us have to think a bit more on our feet too, because it's getting late in the day anyways.
Yeah. And we're already, 20 minutes past when we usually end. More than that, actually, so... we're going to call it a night, because I'm sure some of you guys are pretty tired and probably not thinking your best. And of course, if any of you want to change your questions in the week to come, just let me know. Or if you decide you want to rephrase it somehow, that's fine. But in general, I would say think of at least one other question that you'd like to ask. At least one other, if not several others, or kind of maybe an intellectual thread you might want to pull. Who knows? But yeah, I'll leave that up to you guys. And of course, another kind of bit on this is chances are if I give you a cryptic answer, it's because it's a part of the lore I haven't quite fleshed out yet, because this is very much a living work. But I do have much of the history of the world already kind of set. And this will help me flesh it out as well, so that's very cool. But anyway, we're going to have something very special soon from Auralia. She's been working on the Trip and Ammo comic book for Know You're Dead. Been sending me some shots of that, and it looks awesome. So I will be releasing that, of course. That's going to be a perk that's going to go out to my subscribers. So I will definitely get to that to you guys once I've got that packaged neatly. And yeah, so something for you guys to look forward to. I would expect I'll probably send the link out through email would probably work the best. I don't know. I'll have to figure out I might just send it through Twitch messages, or I don't know if there is a way for me to email all my subscribers.
You can email all your subscribers at once, but you can't email individual tiers.
No.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that works fine.
Look under your revenue where it shows how many subs you have. And
Gotcha.
right
I know
there,
exactly what you're talking about. Okay, cool.
Right under that is email subscribers.
Yeah, so I'll probably email out the link for it once it's all done. But let's get some clappers up in chat for Auralia for doing that of her own volition, because that's a big time investment and it's coming out great. And it's super fucking cool that we have Trip and Ammo. You guys are about to become actual comic book heroes. How's that feel? That's pretty wild, right?
That's pretty crazy.
This level of fan art, I don't deserve it. It's too much. Auralia, you do so much for me. Thank you. I really appreciate it. So,
Really sticking with the word heroes, though? Kind of, because they bailed on us in our moment of need?
Meh.
Controversial.
Meh.
Okay.
what are heroes anyways? You know, like,
Oh, look
Somebody's
got
to look out for number one, Buckle, okay?
Yeah, that's me. Look out for Dick, right?
Okay, so everyone's on the Titanic jumping off.
Turned down for Dick.
You're the guy who stayed playing his violin.
I think that's the number one rule for strippers at a strip club.
Hell yeah. if
Look
you-
out for Dick.
Aurelia, if you animate the Garrett picture, I will use that as the new AFK screen. I promise. Apparently she's going to animate the Garrett picture. Maybe have, like, the wind blowing through your cloak, something cool like that.
I don't deserve that level of fan art.
None of us do. None of us do. I don't know why any of you are here, but I appreciate it with the wholeness of my heart. So, again, that's where we're going to call it a night. We've got some corpse speak to happen next week, so that's going to be a lot of fun. I love Speak with Dead. It's probably one of my favorite spells in the universe as a DM. Especially, like, I know you guys are going to think of, like, some really cool things to ask, too, for, like, your secondary questions. Like, count on using that Speak with Dead twice trip, because you're probably going to... A lot of the answers that you get are probably going to lead to more questions. Just count on that you're going to be spending those spell charges on your artifact. And also keep track of how many you're spending there, buddy.
I know. That's why I said 2, because then I'd have 3 charges left, and I don't want to go use over 10, unless it's like, I really need to use, like, have 1 charge left.
unless we get like a juicy tidbit that we need.
Well, I
Right,
can't cast
right.
it a 3rd time, because it costs 5 and I have 13.
Yeah. He literally wouldn't be able to cast it a 3rd time. But he could cast some other things that might lead him go to 0 charges.
We want to just get it to 0 charge.
So it's been a great night. We had some dingo butt earlier, kicking things off on the stream. He's retreated.
He's right there.
He laid some dog butt on the beginning of our stream, and some nice borks in the middle. So, as always, good member of the team, keeping things lively. But yeah, I enjoyed that whole session. It's a lot of fun to kind of put you guys against the environment sometimes, especially extreme environment. So, I'm eager to see with how you guys push forward, learning what you're going to learn. That's probably my favorite part of the session. But we can go around the table, do our shout-outs and favorite bits. And of course, Scruffles, we're still not sure if she's going to be coming back to join us at all. So I'm leaving her story very much open-ended for the time being until I get some word back from Scruffles about A, what her internet is like, B, what her schedule is like. If she's able to keep joining us, great. If not, then we'll have about a year where it'll just be the 5 of you, probably. Or I might bring in people as guests occasionally. We'll see how it goes. But anyway, let's start off with young Joseph,
Ooh,
aka Rebiathan.
dropping me first.
The voice.
Well, favorite part of the session was definitely Rebiathan with the ropes and supporting the roof and the ceiling. In my mind, in my head, that looked really, really epic and heroic and amazing.
Literally
Rebiathan-
holding down the fort.
Yeah, exactly. Rebiathan felt like he actually truly helped. And
It was a pretty altruistic use of some of your magical items. You
yeah.
blew 2 potions on it, and it paid off.
Rebiathan, apparently Rebiathan's joining the group after some dickhead that's caused them not to trust anyone. So he's really fighting for approval.
And before Demise takes your spot in the party, you're just like, come on, Demise.
I'll murder that bitch.
Oh shit, you better not.
Will you
Don't
now?
play that shit.
Maybe.
Would you break your oaths, you would say?
He's an oath of vengeance, so
But she hasn't done anything to him.
Not yet.
she takes his spot. He could eventually go after her.
Like, well, that could just be a failing on his part, though. Like, if he's not performing well enough.
Or it could be a failing on Demise's part, which is a failing on your part, as she's a representative of you.
No, but that I like where this is going. If you want to strike one of the weaker ones down and take their place,
Why would I want to do that?
well, if they
Or-
become more
Myself?
powerful than you,
Uh,
because they're kind of
I
like the
think
Sith
Nyloth
man.
really just wants me to be a part of his entourage.
So anyway, continuing with your shoutouts.
yeah. Anyways,
Let's not draw it into a long thing.
Get me stirred up. It was fun. That was my favorite part. Looking forward to next week. This Tuesday, we got Heroes of Endor. We got a wonderful
Swargula!
awesome Swargula's joining us. He used to be in the campaign. We had to step back about a year or so ago for life stuff. Going to be joining for 1 to 3 sessions for some epic reprisal. It's going to be a lot of fun. So tune into that. Monday, tomorrow, got Drawing and Dragons. We do viewer art requests with my buddy Ron. And we'll also be doing that on Wednesday and possibly Friday.
Awesome. Well, that sounds pretty awesome. Next, we've got Mr. Buckleby D.
Me?
Yes, sir.
My favorite part is Yaga finally putting in a personal appearance.
Sort of.
Somewhat.
Yeah.
Yeah, sort of. The last time we encountered him was probably almost a year ago when he was maybe, I'm not even entirely sure if it was him, within that statue that basically made an extra door in the room with my face. But yeah, it makes it feel a bit more personal that he is coming to beat on us himself as opposed to sending some minions.
I wonder if he's actually coming after us, or if this is like he's just angry in this.
You have been given the information that he manifests his will in the weather all around him.
Yeah, I figured it was.
It
like a
can spread to the
manifestation of his
entire
presence.
continent, and often does.
So what I'm thinking is Xenos could have been really important, and he's really pissed, or it's completely unrelated to us.
Or Evelyn's aunt was, which is what I'm
Yeah.
interested in seeing. And I hope that Scruffles is able to play with us, even though I told her not to because it's Korea. That's fucking awesome, and you don't get there pretty often.
Yeah, like that's why I said like prioritize D&D or prioritize Korea over D&D.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But-
exactly.
yeah. So, yeah, I don't stream. I just like to roleplay a bunch. So I'm here every Sunday. Otherwise, I'm wandering around Twitch, being obnoxious, and that kind of thing. So,
Follow the links. Do all the buttons. Push. All right.
You like 'em.
Next, Emma Bird.
Hi.
Hello.
You can follow me here, Emerose, and Emerose16 on Twitter. And I post pictures of things that I make.
Which are
Yeah.
all which
Huh?
are all awesome.
Oh, thank you. And favorite part is me and Nyloth being excluded yet again from things just for being evil. How rude.
Not as excluded as
Rude. So that was your favorite part, not being allowed in?
I
the
thought it
favorite part
funny.
was being evil.
Yeah.
Yes.
Haha.
And also Asmodeus just being like, yeah, go away. I don't want to hear your prayers. You're stupid. Bye.
He's helped you enough for a while. You'll be alright. And Trip.
I had a lot of fun in general, but my favorite part is like seeing, like learning more about the followers.
Oh, I'm 100% gonna kill all of them, most likely, but...
But it's like cool, like
Well, no, I mean, like, you
This
gotta
one was a
understand the level of danger that they're in as basically, like, CR 1/8. And
I know.
based off of what you guys might end up fighting. There's a good chance a lot of them are going down quick.
Give him some hope. Don't. Jeez.
But I do have something for you, but we'll talk about it more off stream because I don't want to make it official yet. But stick
Okay.
around after we're done and I'll float something past you. We'll see what
Okay.
sticks. But yeah. I'm sorry, I kind of interrupted. Please continue.
yeah, I like learning more about them, and like my whole idea isn't to have these followers with us. It's like okay, you're set up now. You go do little adventuring things, like sort of like a lower level party of us, like out doing other stuff.
Yeah,
But I stream.
who knows what the
stuff and
gods
things.
have in store?
I stream stuff and things at twitch.tv/Trippenstein at Trippenstein on Twitter.
Nice. And last but certainly not least, Mr. Ewok Fuzzy Nuts, who also joins me on Friday nights for Evil Homer's Stranger Zone broadcast,
Yes.
which is very strange but legally distinct.
Mm-hmm,
And we have a lot of fun.
I play Burt Bagwell in that campaign, and you play
Todd Doyle,
Yep, Todd Doyle.
who's basically me if I had been born 20 years earlier.
But my favorite part tonight was the whole. I'm just going to call it the barn scene.
The who?
That was fun. The barn scene with
Oh, holding down the fort.
yes, holding down the fort, Joey holding down the rope.
That
Even
was an
though he didn't
interesting
have to.
solution. I liked that, by the way.
Fortification.
I just wanted to commando the fuck out of some logs. Like just come back in with a log on my shoulder.
Yeah,
But
maybe
him-
maybe if it occurred to you sooner, but at that point it was just too late. You
Oh no,
may-
with him holding it down, that was a lot better anyway.
yeah.
But all my links are in chat. I was gonna do a stream after this, but I started getting a bit of a headache, so that's why I've been quiet. My apologies for that.
No worries, man. It happens. Thanks for sticking it out.
Tomorrow night I will be playing Conan, which I'm addicted to right now because it's a lot of fucking fun. And I never thought I would say that, but it's a really good game right now. And I will be doing a mild Danderfluff cosplay while I'm playing it.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Well, be sure to tune in and see that. Make sure you guys
But-
are tickling those follow buttons.
But that's my
More than
spiel.
the follow button.
Awesome.
Wow.
So again, thank you all very much for coming out and following and watching the channel. Everybody who stuck around from Jam and Classy's raids, as well as Jam and Classy themselves, thank you guys very much. You guys are fucking way too good to me. I really appreciate that support. It really makes a big difference and it means a lot to me. So, you know, I say this all the time, but just being here, investing your time, and being in my channel is a big, big compliment to me. So even if you're not able to sub or donate, I definitely appreciate you, even all my lurkers out there. So thank you very much again for watching. And of course, we'll be back next week. Tomorrow, we've got Whose Initiative Is It Anyway, with now 100% more turkey. We have Tucky Ain't Barefoot joining us for that, so that's a lot of fun. She's new to D&D, and I love playing with new players, because, like, new players always have, like, some of the best ideas. Wouldn't you agree, Joey? Like, I find that new players tend to think outside the box, like, way more than, like,
Yeah,
seasoned
'cause they have
players. Because
no,
you just
like-
get, like, you get into the groove of, like, knowing exactly what everything does.
Yeah, they have no predetermined notions of like how, you know, what your decisions would be based on. So they just
Right.
it's so innocent.
It's like really refreshing, and it's also like great for me as a DM to kind of get that fresh perspective and be like, yeah, I remember when I first started playing D&D and I thought I was going to be Legolas, and it was just like stomp, dead, nope. I think the very first D&D character I ever played lived for about 2 hours. So, pretty brutal. I had a pretty brutal DM. But it was a lot of fun. But anyway, again, thank you all very much for coming out and watching. Gonna toss a host and share the love, so make sure you are your beautiful and glorious selves for whoever that is. Eat your vegetables. Don't talk to dead strangers. We can do the waving thing and get on out of here. See ya!
Bye, guys.
See ya.